contributed to the program. Kitchen right off top. Salute the brother Negro. We appreciate it. Yes, indeed. Appreciate your family. Let me go through and holler at the other brothers in here. Brother Q from Let's Talk To, man. How you living, sir? How you living? What's the vibrations, man?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you a touch, sir. Loud and clear. We are hearing you a touch. Yeah.
I'm good. Peace to all the brothers, man.
Okay. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We're gonna have a good conversation today, man. Let me go to the Wolf real quick, brother Wolf. Juan J. Johnson, LWF training, sir. How you living this afternoon, brother Juan J. Johnson, sir?
I am living like a villain, literally. Taking no prisoners, loading up on the ammo.
Yes, indeed.
Shining and cleaning the guns.
Yes, indeed.
Making sure I got my cameras in check. Food
Yes,
stored up.
Yes,
And so, yeah. I'm living real good, like a villain right now.
Yeah, I see what type of time it's going to be today. Okay, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay. All right, it's a Saturday, y'all. And you know what? Listen, just so we very clear about something, but we'll help everybody get the clarity that they need. Joe Biden going to set this shit off right and remind folks.
You ain't black.
All right, so this is some things that we need to make sure there's no confusion for tonight's service, okay?
Well, I'm not offended by that.
Right. Though, let's bring something up though, gentlemen. I saw something earlier. Okay, I saw something earlier this week. Okay, well, very little strange. Donald Trump visited a barbershop. Okay, and it was a Hispanic barbershop at that. And I'm just trying to understand. I'm very confused.
He got out alive?
No.
Wait, did he get a haircut? Did he cut that toupee off?
Yeah.
Cooked.
Listen, man. He didn't cut the toupee off. All right. He didn't cut the toupee off.
Okay, so everybody didn't run out the back door.
No.
They're afraid he's gonna bring ice with him.
And that's what I was getting ready to say. Where was ice?
I mean, I'm surprised they all did. This is Donald Trump.
Well, gentlemen, I want to bring this up because I'm really trying to I'm very confused by a lot of different things, and the mere fact that we are constantly seeing what is considered our culture practices out there. And I want to say real quick, we got the general in the building. We got Damien in the building. My sister Star said earlier, we got my address in the building. Salute to all of y'all for checking in. We just seeing y'all right now. But I'm really trying to get an understanding here. Is the barbershop culture Black American culture or everybody's culture? And y'all answer that question after I play this clip. And I'm going to start with you, Brother Dr. Shaw.
It's always a pleasure.
How good are the barbers here?
Excellent.
Very, I can see they're good. They look good to me. Nice soft floor. What's that all about?
That's all the back.
It is just the back. Nice to meet you all. Big hands, strong guy. Nice to see you. So you're the owner?
My son is the owner. He's his father.
Oh, you did that very nice and easy, huh? Is he as good as you?
He's great.
Now, I played that and I asked this question, gentlemen, because as far as I'm concerned, and as many years as I've been on this planet, not a whole lot, but I've been on this place long enough to understand that this barbershop culture has only ever been Black American culture. However, within the last, I would say 20 years or so, I've seen a crazy emergence of Spanish barbershops popping up all over the place. And particularly during campaign seasons, y'all, we begin to see folks doing fake prop-up barbershop scenes. One particular scene with your girl Kamala Harris in a barbershop with appeared to be melanated people. Okay? And I think it was the Math Hoffa barbershop. She's sitting there amongst a whole bunch of goofies. And my thing is this, and maybe you can give some origin story to it, brother Dr. Short. When did our barbershop culture become apparently a Hispanic or Latino culture? Are you there, brother Dr.
Are you
Short?
asking me a question?
Yes, sir. When did these?
You know, it's probably when barbecue became Korean and a range of things. And when Asians started doing black hair care, in reality, what you see is you're looking in one direction, I'm looking quite differently. This is a reflection of the systematic betrayal and destruction of the black community by the black Boule, by the black elite that do not encourage entrepreneurship or anything that's on the grassroots level. They have no interest in it. It's the same way black people used to drive taxis, and now there's very few black taxi cabs. Anything that's truly like the black job shit that all these fake ass black people attacked Trump on, those were really jobs at some point for certain black folks. And let's be honest, we have some mediocre, average black folks who were able to make it driving cabs and doing other stuff, working in parking and all. Now you will not find many black people there. Nobody fought to hold on to those sources of employment for black men or black women, if there were a few that were there. Okay. And I will say, not just barbering, but I'll take taxis. My grandfather had arguably the very first black taxi cab company in Washington, D.C. Now, you know, the taxis are dominated by foreigners. These things represent a betrayal, the betrayal of the assimilationist sellout niggas who are often intermarried, white, foreign, whatever, who don't recognize that you're ordinary black people who they claim to speak for and get grants and benefits in the name of. That they don't fight to preserve or protect home because they hate the bottom 90% of black people. And we are also told to look down and have contempt for it. And yet other people who are broke in other countries who don't necessarily have barbershops, or if they do, a lot of it go to Africa and Brazil. I've been quite a few places, and they copy Black American barbershops. It's seen as something cool. Not that you don't get your hair cut everywhere, but show me where you have a Nigerian barbershop movie. Not saying that they don't have it in Nigeria, but that goes global. So we're the most universal black people on the planet, and perhaps the most universal people on the planet relative to the situation in which we find ourselves under the double boot of white supremacy and Negro inferiority, which is installed in us. So anything, and in fact, pretty soon, if you start looking around, paying attention, a lot of churches that used to be black are now Latino and black, and then eventually Latino churches. And schools that used to have black names on them have Latino names on it. Who supports unlimited immigration and illegal migration? The Boule. So basically, black people being destroyed and erased has been engineered by the same people who say trans women are real women, as the Root said, I sent to you. These are the same people that say killing black babies is health care, giving black women Depo-Provera and other things that destroy them is good for black women. Black men being mass incarcerated and faggotized is good. It's the same fucking people. And they're people we look up to, and they're the same folks telling us that a Hindu whore is a real black woman, yet we can't call folks hoes. It's the same people, the insanity, the lunacy, that why Black America's failing, why Black America's being erased. It's engineered and the architecture, the architects of it are Black elites who want the erasure and elimination of Black people. And they're willingly working, which is why why would the blackest major city in this country, arguably Detroit, why do they have a Palestinian who's a Zeta represent them? Who did this? The Boule. Wherever you see the destruction of Black people, the hand of the Boule. And I'm going to say this, and I don't care who doesn't like it. If this were going on anywhere else in the world, the people would be burning the headquarters and attacking the people in any such organization that would do this to the livelihood of a people. We're the only people that make our leadership and our celebrities and people we go to, folks trying to destroy us. The Boule is the equivalent of Jews celebrating Hitler's birthday. And that's what Black Americans do. We're stupid. We're begging for suicide in a world full of white supremacists who are trigger happy. What's the outcome? It's called boom.
Well, I'll tell you what, brother, Dr. Short. That's a lot to lay out there. But yes, I mean, listen, we continue to see the suicidal chicken. People are playing chicken with their lives, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, we can add funeral parlors. Everything we have ends up with everybody else stubbing out. The HBCUs. Look, I tried to get a job back in 2009 at Malcolm X College in Chicago. They were looking for a person to teach history. I think I could have done that. Mm-hmm. They wanted a person with a master's degree. I've got 4. When I applied, I never even got told, fuck you, go back to Africa. When I didn't hear from them in several weeks, I went to the website to check. The person in charge of HR at Malcolm X College was Latino. Medgar Evers College, set up for Black people, handed over to the trops, the tethers. This is the kind of, it's sad. Howard University, its last few presidents have been Caribbean. Over and over and over. It's like, damn. It's like boxing. The fight for survival for Black people is being thrown by people we trust. Right. If Black people had their own America, Benedict Arnold would have been their first president. We hate decency. We hate freedom. We hate folks who stand up and fight for us. We love people who stab us in the back. We're masochistic, self-hating, suicidal suckers.
Well, I'll tell you
who like the jab. Who told you to take the jab? Who told you Biden was going to take care of us? Who told us Obama's second term was going to be our best days? Who's telling us Kamala Harris is a Black woman? Who said that mass incarceration would solve the drug problem? Who told us closing Black businesses would open up our opportunities? Who told us sending our kids to school would make them feel equal and achieve more? And I mean, whatever insanity they pull out of their ass, we go for it. It's our fault. I mean, fuck the dumb shit.
Well, let's have this conversation then, brother. Dr. Short coming in here. Hey, salute to our brother Dr. Short, man, off top. Listen, let me go to the rest of the brothers real quick. Brother Negro, are you in the building, sir?
Yeah. I want to check in on this conversation.
Yeah. Talk to me about what I'm seeing here. You sent me this piece of work here.
Yeah, 1920s is when they actually made people to get the certifications for the barbering industry. The only time that they put these certificates in the way of any type of trade situation, yes, it's for regulation reasons, but it's also to limit Black people involvement in that industry. Okay, since the days of slavery, we were cutting hair. All right, y'all seen that in that Django film when he was out there shaving. All right. So now when you see in the 1920s when we were out there destitute, couldn't get jobs since we left off the plantation, they put that as a gate, as a barrier, so that Black people couldn't do that for themselves. Now we fast forward up to today. Yeah, barrier to entry. Yeah, so that was one thing I wanted to touch upon. The second thing I wanted to touch upon was from lived experience. Like I started seeing the infiltrate of, I would say in the 80s, the late 80s, early 90s specifically, was the infiltration of I would say Caribbeans, tethers involved in the barber industry. And they used to be underneath the Black American barber system till they got their bread up and they created their own thing. So they sat there and grafted exactly what we were doing in our barbershops and try to mirror like they got the same thing. See, you peeped that there was no Dominican flags, no Puerto Rican flags, none of that nonsense up in there, up in that barber thing. They didn't have that visible, but a lot of them do have that visible. A lot of them do have these type of things to delineate, to let you know that you're up in their establishment. All right. So this is something that they have co-opted from our community, but also they also penalized Black businesses, because I was there in the 90s where they used to flood in New London. They used to send in a flood of inspections to make sure that these people had their certifications and qualifications. All right. Wow. So that was the reason why I wanted to bring that up and just discuss about it from that angle. And the reason why the barrier entry was on us. But for the other groups, they don't have to go through that. It seems like they're going to have Mommy Harris that's going to bail them out. You're going to have the banking industry that's going to bail them out. They're going to have other people that's going to help them up and give them a leg up so that their barbershop can thrive, because they don't want to see 4 or 5 Black people in one damn spot. All right. Just like Jim Crow. All right, just like Jim Crow. So that was kind of the angle that I'm bringing from a historical perspective of what they have done to any gathering place that is ran by us, controlled by us, and owned by us. These are the things that they don't want, because once we have our piece of the block, now we have our piece of our pie in that city, that state. So where we can inflict our politics, our views, our beliefs, and etc. So yeah, that's what I want to. That's the reason why I sent you that little thing saying that 1920 was the first barrier that they put against the American Negro when it came to the barbering industry.
Well, is Brother Negro. Barriers to entries. Now they call them opportunity zone. They switch the language up. Right. So now we're looking at.
Can I say something? Even for the opportunity zone, the main people that were charged with working on the opportunity zone were Caribbeans. They hate Black Americans. One of them's last name is Monago. Right. They're ugly, mean Caribbeans. And it's designed not to help Black Americans. And I remember asking a question, a meeting with them, and the man began yelling and screaming at me in the meeting for simply asking how would people who didn't have every single solitary thing required of us find a way in. And the man began yelling at me in the meeting. The room was full of Masons and Greeks. And no one said, hey, why are you talking to him like this? No, he didn't say anything harsh, and they began to say people making excuses. I didn't say anything. I said, we don't have it. What can we do to get there? And no one sided with me. All black men, black American men are weak. Black American men are bitches. Black American men are traitors to each other. I'm in the room. I may not get a penny, but I said, look, let me say what I can say. Maybe someone will get something. Doesn't have to be me. And no one says, you know what? He's got a point here. We've been underserved. Perhaps there should be like either some pathway, like they have the Office for New Americans to help the other people learn how to come up to speed. That man knew what I was asking would empower Black Americans, and he started yelling and getting angry, and all the other Black folks got quiet. And I've had that happen to me many times. I've said something on behalf of the Black American masses. I've been attacked by a foreigner, and all the other faggot sellout Black men looked at me like, why would you make them mad? They came all this way to help us. We are a race of cowardly children, selfish, deviant Black men. They're deviant, not just Diddy way. They're deviant that you have Black mayors, Black city council people, and others who support the development of all these other communities and won't do anything, even when they're getting contributions from Black business people. There's proof of that is the city of Chicago. And I'm going to say something I repeated. I'm not saying that anyone should be violent, but I will say the other communities, if you do not help people make it, you will be the victim of violence. They won't ask you. Okay? People who are Mexican know not to cut people out of having an income or a job. You can't do that to white working men. We're the only people who allow our own to destroy all avenues of legal employment and work and act like, well, man, you should make it, well, I'm good with the white folk, or I got a white boyfriend or a white wife or something, or my family had it good. We're sick as a people. And the Black men, we talk about Black women, but I'm going to talk about punkified, fagified, selfish, prissy, what's that word?
Hey, Dr. Shaw, hold that. I got the next clip is where you want to lay all of that on the table. We're gonna give you exactly the ammo that you like, sir, to lay all of that out on the on the cowards. But I'm just hold that right there.
Whether it's Black coaches, let's even talk about baseball. Let's talk about other stuff. Let me just have one more piece, Chef, please.
Go ahead.
It's not just that. Blacks used to be making it in baseball. Then they stopped offering baseball and other sorts of sports stuff to young Black men so other people can have. Now you got Africans, Koreans, Chinese. I mean, you got pygmies in pro basketball. As we systematically cut ourselves out of everything, showing how universal we are, we're basically wiping the ass of the man on the moon and won't give a blunt to a nigga right here across the street.
Damn.
Cooked.
Listen, so shout out to Roland Martin joining the conversation. Roland Martin just
cooked.
Yeah, so let me go to the let me go to the brother. Let me go to brother Juan J. Hold that, brother Dr. Short. I got a clip that's coming right up after this that's gonna get you right. You be able to lay all that on the table. But brother Juan J. Johnson and brother Q, I'm gonna go to brother Juan J. Johnson first, and then we go to Q. Someone said to me about a week ago, okay, that Black Americans, yes, we create damn near everything. However, we do not protect, curate, or cultivate none of those creations. So why should we even be respected here? What say you, brother Juan J. Johnson?
Well, I would like to give 2 more minutes to Dr. Short. He was cooking, man.
Hey.
He was cooking. Give Dr. Short. I give you two more minutes. Keep on going, brother.
let it off, Dr. Short. Go ahead.
Cooked.
Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead, brother.
it's very similar to Negroes who bust the nut and aren't there for the child, except for they luckily make it to the NCAA. And when they get to the Final Four, that's my boy.
Yeah.
There's a disconnect between starting and finishing. A lot of Negroes think they can be in a marathon, run the first 4 miles, and then go and hit a whorehouse. Then after they shot off a few words, then get back into the race. Or go home and say, well, man, they're running a bit faster than anybody else first 5. It isn't about a first round. Right. It's about winning the whole damn match. And a lot of our people are more about the show of even getting there. Ooh, look, I used to be on the Quiz Bowl team. And there were black people so excited to be in a room with white folks. Once they got there and they could be on TV, they didn't say anything. Look, I'm on television. Instead of winning. Right. We're not about winning. We're about just being there. I'm just in America, not controlling it, not taking as much, even if they don't want me to have anything. Oh, I'm in America. Oh, I'm in a white neighborhood. Let me say this to you. If you screwed a woman the same way for 5 years, she's going to divorce you on the 6th year. You better find new things to do. We seem to not like to switch up. So starting is very different from maintaining, which is why a lot of black businesses fail. You start, you have this big grand opening, get a little hard, then you're ready to give up.
Come on.
I mean, and in fact, if we were more serious about continuity, that includes families. I see Negroes, when a baby is a black baby, they got more toys than you can fit in a damn baby room. But when that kid needs hooked on phonics or to go on a science project, the parents are missing. I mean, you had kids with earrings and space shoes and everything. They can't even fucking walk.
It's a fact.
But when they start going to school, they don't have shoes. We have ADD, attention deficit disorder, to black freedom, development, and self-sufficiency. We have attention deficit disorder that they rebuilt Black Wall Street, but the minute the same white people that murdered 4, 5, 6, 700 black people opened their stores, they stopped going to the black people that employed and helped them. And
be clear about that.
Began killing each other once their community began to die because they divested in it, began murdering and killing each other.
Right.
Okay. It's interesting. So we have an attention deficit disorder, like people who don't think about it. Folks don't have family reunions anymore. Because in fact, I was talking to someone there at a family reunion and they were frustrated. In fact, no, this brother, I'm going to introduce you to him, Chef C. He's a filmmaker and music guy in California. He went to this town that black people established, and they were going to try to talk about the history, and all the niggas wanted to do was dance. They played so much music until the survivors of the people who established the town 170, 180 years ago, that no one got to learn the history, the continuity. Oh, no. Everything was about the feeling for the moment. It's like Negroes have this ejaculation, orgasm, immediate thing. It's not a long-term thing. We shack instead of marry. Right. We abort instead of parent. We only do half of it. And think, well, Lisa did so that we're not thinking critically. And by the way, this kind of thinking and behavior is championed by the black bourgeoisie, E. Franklin Frazier and Carter G. Woodson and many other people talked about the hedonism, the depravity, the degeneracy of black people. One last comment. W.E.B. Du Bois, 91 years ago, spoke at Howard University. I believe the speech was The Meaning of Progress. And he talked about the necessity of sacrifice for black people to get to where we needed to be. And he was saying that the more people that were willing to give up and sacrifice made it easier for progress to be made. Otherwise, it would demand the complete sacrifice of a few, where most folk would benefit and the progress would be less. Martin Luther King repeated this same thing in his book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community in 1967. There are too few niggas trying to build us up, and we've got a mass, in particular, I'm going to say this, of sorry-ass black men that are free-riding grifter bitches. And that's because you can fight, or you have a drug habit, or you've been to jail, or you got a few bastards, or you can do. It doesn't really make you an institutional, structural man. You're still a goddamn boy.
Come on with it, goddamn it. Salute the brother Dr. Randy Short in the building, talking that motherfucking talk, goddamn it. You better believe that.
You just step in their necks.
Yes, indeed. I want to salute to everybody that's checking in, man. If I didn't catch you, let me salute to y'all real quick. There we go. They tried to get our brother Negro up out of here. Salute to my brother. So a few of y'all just came in here. I got Cynthia, Michael. We got Marta. We got another Michael in here. Let me see who else we got in here. We got my brother Black Lyran. We got Hannibal in here. We got brother ABM in the building. Salute to all of y'all that's coming through to get busy with us tonight. Salute to over 100 plus in the building already. This is the type of time we like for tonight's conversation. But brother Dr. Randy Short, that's a good way to get this place started tonight with that nice cook up. Okay, that was a nice way to get it going. But I want to hear from brother Q real quick, and then we need to slide right to brother Mr. Lord Jamar. But brother Q, again, same thing. I posed to brother Juan that, like I said, a conversation about a week or so ago. Young lady came to me and said, Black Americans, all y'all do is create, but y'all don't cultivate, y'all don't protect, y'all don't do anything. Y'all got all of this stuff. Yes, you created everything here in the United States, but you don't keep none of it, and you damn sure don't even benefit from it. What say you to that, brother Q?
She's absolutely correct. She's absolutely correct. The way that Brother Negro and Dr. Short basically laid out the conversation with the historical aspect and understanding who the hell our enemies are. We have so many enemies from within that we can't progress, or we can't gatekeep what is technically ours. I've seen the influx of the Dominicans with the barbershop. In my area, back home, that wasn't their thing. That wasn't their thing in the early 80s. That wasn't their thing in the 90s. That wasn't their thing in the early 2000s. That just happened in the last 6-7 years. They allowed that to be their thing. And basically, we have a lot of problems. We bullshit. We sitting around here playing games. You got Brother Juan, for example, who has a business. And we've been on these airways for at least a year, or a little bit over a year. And even if you're not in his area, you should be asking him about firearm safety and protection for your home, as well as yourself. People should be breaking their neck to understand, because that's a trade as well. People should be breaking their neck to understand that trade, and perhaps he could link them up with other Black Americans in their area. But we're playing games. We're sitting around complaining until it's too late.
Come on with it, Q.
This is why in the last 2-3 years, all the stuff about the origin of hip hop came out, and then the brother Tariq had to come out with the documentary. Dewan been an advocate of trying to teach people the origin of music in America alone. But this is happening because we can't gatekeep because we got too many enemies from within. And then once we get rid of the enemies from within, weed them out, that's when you'll be able to gatekeep. We can't get... I'm not co-signing nobody tethering.
Right.
But we can't get mad at tethers or people that come and steal from our culture when we have traders literally selling us out.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
Over and over again. I remember, we all remember when we were young boys, we would go to the barbershop and I'll tell y'all, women wasn't even allowed in the barbershop. It's not like that now.
Right. Come on, Q.
I cut my own hair. I got 3 friends that are ace barbers. All 3 of them had their own shops. But I hate to say it, they lost their shops because they leave with their dick. A bunch of my friends, we had a big meeting probably like 15 years ago. Like, look, man, let's all put some money together and y'all get a shop together. It never happened.
Right.
And that story could go from anybody's story to any area because this is the problem. We're bullshitting. We're playing games.
Cooked.
We literally are playing games, and then you'll wake up one day and you can't even change a car tire.
That part. Come on, Q. Cook these niggas.
These type of skills, these type of survival skills that are embedded in us as Black Americans, we lose because we don't take it serious enough. Most people don't even know how to grow a damn tomato.
That part.
It was a reason these people that was an art form. That was an art form that we knew how to agriculture. But nowadays you got people be like, I don't have enough land to do that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So much so that we know you can't even get certain seeds now because we don't hold on to that stuff. We need to take some responsibility.
Well, I mean, listen, Q. I couldn't second that sentiment any more than what you just laid out there because again, in order for them to do it, there has to be some kind of permissions granted. I come from a particular cloth of men who would say that, you know what, I take care of my family and my neighborhood, right? So anything moving in those neighborhoods, it needs to go through that family. It needs to go through those men. And there's no sense of community anymore because I'm seeing a lot of men not really taking full ownership of that space anymore.
Let me ask you about the
Go ahead.
Look, I think that the protector and provider instinct has been deactivated. I mean, when I think about me doing the policing for as long as I did and seeing the brothers out here in these hoods, in these neighborhoods, and seeing that, they protect their little groups, their little groups, but as far as a collective, man, that switch I believe has been deactivated. I do what I do because I see that for me, I understand that if I really love something, the proof of any type of love is you're gonna protect it. And I'm not saying that we really have that protection within us to protect the collective. I'll say this. Just us having this conversation, we're turning things around because I got to be optimistic because we wasn't having these conversations years ago. Again, the betrayal of the boomers, the betrayal of the older generation, whether it's our moms, our dads, our aunts, our uncles, our grandmothers, grandfathers. It's a strong word, but they really betrayed the culture by trying to assimilate and allow folks in that didn't need to be in. But again, I'm glad we're having this conversation because again, what everybody said here is right. But I think we still have to turn back on or reactivate that protect and provide switch. Because I'm telling you, it has been deactivated. And Q, you made a very valid point. My phone don't be ringing like that as far as instructions and firearms and all that. And I get more women who are interested in my services than the guys. More women. And with women, it's an instinct because they are the nurturers, they have the children, but the men should be about protection, and it's not. So I'm not surprised we're being copied. I'm not surprised at all.
That's a fact, Brother Juan J. Johnson. See, this is why we try, when we bring people onto this panel on this side, try to have people of substance come on this panel, have a conversation, who can provide different things, right? You know, you want to know how to cook? I am a Michelin-trained chef, award-winning chef. I can literally teach your whole bloodline how to cook if they didn't know how to do it, okay? You got people who can teach you how to grow. We got educated men on here. Damn near everybody on here got some kind of certification or degree. That's just the way we get busy over here. Okay, so you know it is necessary to show that there are different types of black men that exist on this planet, and we can be of use and productivity to our communities. There's so many other brothers that's out there that don't get that same kind of attention and understanding or even appreciation, right? And a lot of folks had to learn on the fly. How to be men.
Chef, Chef C. Can I add something to what you're saying and to what's been said?
Go ahead.
On Tuesday of this week, a man by the name of Bill Lucy had his funeral at Metropolitan AME Church here in Washington, D.C. And Mr. Bill Lucy came to national prominence for his role in the Memphis trash workers strike in 1968, April 1968, in which Dr. King was killed and all of that. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I'm going to give y'all three pieces. Number one, so that's 1968. Let me say to you that black men,
that's right,
for the most part, brothers, the older black people, when they began to remove the trades from the schools in the late 60s, there was no outcry. The real push was to get blacks into white colleges.
Come on with it, Dr. Shaw.
Okay.
Yep. Come with it.
So that means that the way that 80% of black men would have made it, they allowed that stuff to be removed all over the country for black men to be destroyed, and it had the support of the Boule. I'm mentioning Bill Lucy because I had one chance to meet him in 2013. I had no idea I would meet him. He was part of a group called the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists.
Come on.
And I was there doing a presentation advocating of, nobody would believe this, but it's true, as a part of the Rebecca Project for Justice and Human Rights, to advocate and ask for the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists to take a stand against efforts to destroy the health of Black American women with Depo-Provera and other unsafe contraceptive drugs. And I had no idea that would make a room full of black people hate me, that I didn't think that black women should be poisoned.
There you go. Come with it.
Go. This is some Boule stuff here, y'all. I want you to work with me. And the people began to get angry. How dare me attack white racist people like Margaret Sanger?
Come on.
And they began to run out of the room to try to find something to accuse me of lying. And when that didn't work, they said, these people that you're quoting, some of them are conservatives. I says, well, okay, some are, but am I wrong? And they said, no, well, what are you? I says, I'm a Black American. No, well, what's your party affiliation? I says, well, I'm a Republican. Mind you, I was giving a hard Black nationalist line. But these people, these Boule people, these Greeks, these Freemasons, these Eastern Star holes, associate Black survival with white conservatism. As crazy as that is, but this is what happened. And when they heard I was registered as a Republican, they began yelling and screaming. They couldn't rebuke what I said, but so instead attacked my party affiliations as well. I've been involved in every kind of effort and movement that you can name. Who cares? In DC, there are practically no Republicans. I believe in more than one party. What does it have to do with my stance that Black women shouldn't be poisoned? I didn't get an answer, but the people are just furious. Can you imagine this? Now, let me go further. When it came time for lunch, I got sat at a table, and all the folks began to attack me over my views.
Come on with it.
And I said, you mean my concern about Black communities, Black families, I'm here with Black trade unionists. If you kill all the children, if you sterilize all the women, who are going to be the future members of your union? And that just seemed to just make people angry. What, you angry at me thinking about Black people? So that angers you? You guys are radicals. Okay, I'm the traitor Republican. Me saying that Black people have the right to live bothers you? And so I by the way, and everybody was introduced at the table. They didn't want me to know who they were. They were just mad and who sent you here and all this kind of stuff. No, I came to a human rights organization of which I'm not paid, and I wasn't paid to come here. And that's where I learned Bill Lucy's name, and these people started to complain to me about white Republicans and white conservatives and saying, I don't like that crap. You never heard me say anything like that. You've heard me the whole time talk about stuff that I would assume you'd agree with me on. And instead, you've talked to me about another group of people that I don't have anything to do with. And I began to say, why don't Black youth and other things matter? What are you guys doing about trades in the school and this, that, and the other, right? And so then I turned around and I asked Mr. Lucy, question, why can't we speak up for Black women and girls that are being destroyed? And the man said to me, we have to go and talk to our partners first. I said, which partners? Jews, Hispanics, whites? We need to talk to another race or group of people about the safety of our women and children? Sir, elder Black statesman, radical leader with Dr. King, we have to ask other people's permission? I says, you don't have to take the anti-abortion position, but couldn't you at least open up your union shops to talk to people, to warn them? Well, we'll have to get permission and see what they think about it first. Right. Listen to that. I need to ask other people trying to kill us about whether we should live or not. So I says, well, Mr. Lucy, when the Koch brothers, since it's obvious these other people fund you, and this is a money issue, when the Koch brothers start funding the end of voting rights, will you too oppose the voting rights of Black people? Do you know, he looked at me, dropped his head, and got angry. He wouldn't even say that he wouldn't oppose Black people voting if the white money was on it. I have a very dear friend who is in the coalition of Black trade unionists. His name is Eric Shanks. He was head of a project for years called the Cypress Mandela Trade School.
the best training program in America for people to get jobs. He was driven out by the white unions and the Hispanics. Not Barbara Lee, that little ugly the Grinch that stole Christmas looking bitch. None of these people. Nobody helped him. And the reason they want him out is that he was making certain that a good number of black young men learn trades and skills. You need to understand that this goes all the way back to the end of the Civil War, when whites recognized that black men, if they had skills and abilities, would be able to become important and they would become economically viable. They began to pass laws against blacks doing skilled work in the South. This is to make certain that we are castrated economically. And back in the Reconstruction times, they fought. But this Boule, which has emerged since it started in Reconstruction, and then it crystallized in the early 1900s, the trader black elite has been willing to sacrifice all of this for a small number of black people to live good, who consider the work and the things we're talking about beneath them, which is why when Donald Trump said something that which we should feel good about, black jobs, the fact that Donald Trump, whether he said it the right way or not, associated there was certain things that black people had a place in the economy. Maybe it's not the best place, but you got to start somewhere. Jewish people started off selling rags and ended up with department stores. Why do we need to compare ourselves to the people that have enslaved, raped, and exterminated us as to how we do things instead of being the best that we can be with what we've got? So I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at other people. I know a guy that I can introduce you to where they had some of the best skills programs in the country, in Chicago and in other places, and they systematically remove these things to destroy black men. And they're black men, Democrats in particular, preachers, Masons, Greeks, who've turned their backs on other black men. It's quite disgusting. Do people know that the private prisons and the corporations where they have gladiator fights and allow rape and sodomy and drug addiction in these prisons, they give money to the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation and other so-called black organizations. And therefore the fagotization, emasculation, and destruction of black men is a money-making profit center for black people that run and grin at us. This is quite disgusting.
Well, I'll tell you what, brother. I'll tell you what, brother, Dr. Short. Let me reel it back. I got a first couple people. I gotta acknowledge some folks, man, and then we're gonna reel it back. I want to acknowledge Demetrius, brother Nico, for hitting the Cash App and supporting the program for tonight's show. We appreciate y'all, brothers. All the first timers coming in and day ones that are in here. If I missed you coming through, sound off in the kitchen so I can get your bomb, at least your gunshot shot off real quick. I want to begin to move to the next one conversation, but we got Brother Vader who just joined the conversation here.
Oh, yeah, brother Chef, can I chime in what I said to you in the chat real quick?
Yeah,
it builds on what nicely.
But I'm gonna go to Brother Vader and then slide to you as he just checked in. Brother Vader, what's happening with you, family?
What's good? Pardon my wife who's she's trying to crawl under the camera.
Are you up to speed, Brother Vader?
Yes, I am.
Yes, sir.
Brother, brothers, Dr. Short, and everyone on the panel, I'm esteemed to be among quality people, as Chef pointed out. I got to go back to what something that Negro said when he was pointing out all the enemies that we have. In fact, this podcast might even be titled "We Have No Friends," right? We have all these enemies within, and then all these institutions steal from our culture and then lock us out. They, at the federal level, you have all these regulations, like unions, and then you have the certifications, as you pointed out. At the state level, you have licensing and code. At the municipal level, you have commissions and code and permitting.
Right.
And so they use all of these institutions, and the people behind these institutions can even look like us, right? Or don't. But the point is that they lock us out using these weapons to lock us out. So we have the D9 and the Boule working from within our community, and then there are these external forces to lock us out. We have no friends, and so we got to link up. And I got to leave it right there.
No doubt. I mean, salute to our brother Vader checking in, man. I mean, we we continue to have less and less friends as the years go on, quote unquote friends. But I definitely wanted to touch on that real quick. But I'm gonna go to the brother Negro, and we're gonna get into Lord Jamar, because brother Dr. Short, that's what I really need to hear you cook on, sir. But let the Negro get this off, and then we're gonna go to the
Yeah,
Lord Jamar clip. Go ahead, brother Negro.
yeah. I wanted to touch upon what Dr. Short was talking about when it comes to black businesses and
Yes, indeed.
us supporting. One of the things I shot to Brother Chef in the chat was just talking about how black men don't want to support other black men in their institutions, right?
Come on, wait.
Some brothers feel comfortable to go into other people's barbershops, like the Latinos or even white folks, if that matters. They're willing to go to what's they call that 5+ haircut or wherever they call themselves these days, uh, over their own, because they're afraid of maybe gang violence, maybe because they did somebody wrong in the community. These are some of the I would say some of the added barriers on top of the barrier entry that's done to us socially, where we're not making money with each other economically, right? So the thing that annoyed me the most coming up as a child, especially when these Latinos was in the barbershop, in black barbershops, they said, I'm going to the Latino one because he's nice with the razor. He gave me the nice edge up. Instead of conversing with the brother, telling them what they like, telling them what they didn't like, and try to meet that expectation, they already canceled that brother out and gave their money to somebody else. It's like they said, the old saying is, stop putting the money in the other man's hand and put it in your brother man's hand. And that's what they have done. That was some of the things that I saw coming up as a young black man. And that really annoyed me, because I saw them infiltrating a very, very sacred area where we discussed our politics. We discussed our loved ones. We discussed things that were near and dear to us, because that was the only safe space that we did have. That was the only safe space before safe spaces, all right, was the barbershop. And to see it to where it's broken down today, where you have even the beauty salon on top of the barbershop, and just everything just desecrated to the black males' place of, I would say, their sanctuary, their man cave. It is very hurtful. It shows that we don't have a place. It's almost like we don't even have a place in church sometimes. So these are some of the things like I kind of observe, and you see how this attitude spill over in the community in so many different forms. But I'm just pointing out, just at the barbershop level of just starting, I'm just going to go to this other brother here because he's just nice with the razor, and screw the other brother. And that's how that self-hatred, I feel, starts, because they just don't want to see another brother do good. They don't want to see another brother do well.
Well, I mean, again, the nigga self hatred is always a real thing. A lot of cats have this self hatred shit going on. I mean, if we was over that, our present reality would look a lot different right now. Right now would look way different if we just cared enough to work with each other. Even if we don't know how to agree with folks, we ain't got to agree to work together. That's just the thing. But a lot of folks get in their feelings. But you know what? I will say this. When your word is your bond, you got to stand on it. In the case of this situation here, one Lord Jamar, I believe is his name, he appeared on Art of Dialogue. And there's some, I call fake outrage because apparently he called Kamala Harris a bitch. Okay? And you know what? Listen.
Does he have a church?
That's right, brother Dr. C. But that's why I said I'm gonna give you this. This is the one you want here. This is where you want to cook.
Yes, he's a pastor. I mean, I'd love to see this. What he said Sunday.
Well, he's one of the old 5%er guys, and he was the one talking about Diddy. But nonetheless, let's bring this clip up here because I want everybody to give it some time. I'm gonna play this clip, and then I'm gonna play the second clip. You know, because again, he came out talking crazy. He called her a B word, and then next thing you know, he gets on. He goes to Pierce Morgan. What is that? There you go. That's Dr. Short. All right. He went on there and he went on an apology tour after this. So again, it's very hard for me to respect it, but nonetheless, let's let him get it off. Y'all tell me.
And you're not gonna pretend to be black, but then not fuck with us. Like, look at her inner circle. Go Google Kamala Harris's inner circle, like her best friends. They're all white women. She don't fuck with black people like that. Only when it's time to get your votes. That's when you better thank a union member. Pulls out the fucking black talk. Other than that, she don't talk like that. With her too, and all of this shit about women's reproductive rights and all this bullshit. First of all, I hate that term. It's not reproductive rights. It's the right for a woman to be sexually irresponsible and to murder a child. That's what y'all are fighting for. Okay? Reproductive rights would mean the right to have a child, like to actually be able to give birth. If you're fighting for reproductive rights, to reproduce means to actually have reproduction. Y'all motherfuckers is fighting for the destruction of reproduction and thinking that a woman's right to her body and all this stupid shit. First of all, Mrs. Emhoff, you don't even have a child. You never even gave birth to a fucking child. So how dare you start talking about women's reproductive rights? How dare you also, when you were in California, lock up mothers for their children's truancy? And one mother, she got locked up and her child had sickle cell and was out of school because she had to go to the hospital from attacks and shit like that. And this fucking bitch locked the mother up regardless of the circumstance.
Let's leave it right there for a second, gentlemen.
Where's the lie?
Well, that's a phenomenal question, Brother Vader. However, that's a phenomenal question, and I just want to make it, plain for everybody here. This is him standing 10 toes, as they say. Okay. But later on, he had to go on this apology tour, and listen, one, where's the lie? But two, when you're real brave on the platform, you come through later. I got to look at you crazy. Let's hear what he says now. This is a few moments later.
Peace, it's Lord Jamar. I recently come under fire for calling Kamala Harris out of her name. And as a man, I'm going to admit when I was wrong and that I did cross the line. Yes, I shouldn't have called her the names that I called her. And after watching it myself, it definitely was cringeworthy. And I would like to just extend my apology to her and all those that felt offended. Comments. We have to really be mindful of where our words can travel to, and And just like a bullet, once you release them, it's hard to take them back. So I'm here to say, yes, I understand your criticism of me. And all I can say is pardon me. I'm offering my apology. And, in the future, I will not speak of her in such a way, whether I disagree with her or not. And, attempt to not speak about any women in such a way, to be honest. Again, my apologies. She is Madam Vice President, whether we like it or not, and that's how she should be addressed. Peace and love.
He looks like a beaten slave, ladies and gentlemen. A full crashed out slave.
Okay.
Brother Dr. Short, you got the floor, sir. Yeah. This is the one for you right here. Come on with
First and foremost, she's a hoe, she's a bitch, she's a liar, and we could go on and on. That's number one. And I'm going to tell you how I feel about this video, because Lord Jamar is so frequently 100% spot on. That's how I'm going to start it for all the people on here that like Lord Jamar. And so I happen, for the most part, to really find whatever he says interesting and enjoy it. Now, I don't know Lord Jamar, but there's a strong possibility that Lord Jamar, like many people, either sold drugs at one point, was in a gang, went to jail, or has friends or whatever that are connected to the underworld, and the police have chains and strings on them. And they can pull that chain or that string for all the glorification of the thug life and the radical black folks. And the other thing is he's an economic being. And so if it isn't because of a past life that he's no longer, because the 5%ers were all into gang banging, drugs. Yes, they were. Okay. If that's not the case, and they're worried about some parole officer or some people opening up some old charges and shit, then it's economic. And he has a livelihood to protect. And therefore, he is not as free as he assumed he was.
Come on.
That's item 3 or 2. Item 3, a whole bunch of people, female or whoever it is, have dirt that they can come for him on and talk about his issues. We need to be very straight when you hear this 5%ers. They're in the street, gambling, drugging, banging, selling. I'm not saying all, but many. 5% nation has a unique Islam, okay, that's more like Alibaba and the 40 Thieves than anything like Jesus and the 12 disciples. So what it says to me, and again, I've heard there's this mystique that Islamic is necessarily more radical and more bold than all other religions or black folk, especially Christians. It's a motherfucking lie. And some of the biggest coons and sellouts, even the FBI agent bothering me, is a black Muslim. No, let me stick. Nope, I can't change it. And so Malcolm X was killed not by black Christians. Khalid Muhammad wasn't killed by black Christians.
Come on with it.
Okay, we can go on and on with these. The Philadelphia Mafia and all the people they shot and killed, they weren't Christian. And so for all this radicalism, it's missing. It's talk, it's chatter, it's street, black against black. It hasn't shown me consistently to be progressive or liberational. It could, it hasn't been. Even Umar Johnson, who I often listen to, don't always agree, says there's something missing among some of the people when they go over into this Islam. It's not as hard as the street cred makes it. Maybe you're hard in prison, maybe you're hard when you're beating up some individual, but when it comes down to fighting, like in certain sorts of fights, you'll be amazed at who sits down. Am I making these sorry ass preachers like T.D. Jakes any good? No, I'm not. Because those Boule fake preachers are scum. But I want to say that's my thought. Now my issue is we have the right as black men to say how we feel about whatever we want to talk about. And if he was worried about pork chop feminism or black women's feelings getting hurt, he shouldn't have stepped back. This is case 4. Because when black women go on The View and everywhere else, they let black men have it. They don't care who's listening. They could be lying, false accusation, everything. We've got court dockets full of liar black women attacking black men, getting paid. Black men need to be able to say what they know to be true, and if it hurts black women's feelings, too fucking bad. These crooked, no good tether women or interlopers or cosplaying whores need to be called for what they are. So I also think that Lord Jamar may have bowed down to the Boule. And so if that's the case, and see, a lot of people don't really pay attention, but the Divine Nine has a whole bunch of Islamists. Oh, yes, they do. A whole lot of folk. They Mason, they Muslim, they Greek, they all kinds of stuff. There's no prescription against being in a secret society and being Muslim. There is in Christianity, even though people don't recognize it, though they're in disobedience. So, and all of the weakness, the homophug, the tough people who are promoting degeneracy, they're disproportionately Islamic, this music that's denigrating us as a people. I'm sorry, they call themselves this. Selling dope, giving bad music, emasculating men and women and everything else. And so I'm unsurprised. I'm not going to attack Lord Jamar at all, other than to say Richard Pryor had more courage on crack and freebase cocaine than a whole bunch of black folks that call themselves tough.
Cooked.
There you go. Hey, that's what I like to hear, Brother Dr. Shaw. Keep it simple. Listen, let me go through the brothers. I need to hear from the brothers. We heard a few things Lord Jamar said here. I'm going to start with the brother Negro. We heard Lord Jamar say that, she don't even have none of her own kids. Right? But you got a nigga running around, Vin Jones, and then a motherfucker talking about some damn mama. Look at him. Sorry piece of shit. Crying out here. Listen, I to a degree I feel sorry for this man's wife. But I think she's not even Black American. But I feel sorry for anybody that marries a man like that when your husband is known as the crier. He's the crying guy. You understand me? So let me go to Brother Negro. How can a lady who doesn't believe in even bearing her own be the mother to the people in this United States? How can she be the America's mother?
It's easy, just like they try to say that Africa's our mother when they when she rejects us,
Mm.
or the that's how I kind of observe that when it comes to Lord Jamar's situation and what you're presenting here. Like, people say that that's her mother, but does she act like her mother? Does she care for us? Does she want to see us be successful? I don't see that. And I don't see that from her offspring. You know what I mean? That's the same thing I see when it comes with that woman. The same thing.
Mm. Mm. Listen, I fuck with that, brother. Nee.
And y'all
I
left off,
respect
she's my mama to white kids.
Well, let me go to the brother Vader. A brother Lord Jamar here said also that that track record of the truancy lockups out there was running wild. You out there on the West Coast, brother, but we got a mom of the nation feeling free and happy that she's locking up the actual mothers who live here in this country. What say you, brother Vader? Is this your mother's country? Pause.
Bro, someone named Super Jello in the chat said that Lord Jamar was Hindustan G checked, and I agree with that.
Cooked them.
Cooked. No one out here on the West Coast has ever looked at Kamala as anything other than that drunk auntie that want to be out doing the most and pretending
You
she
ain't
about
black.
shit.
That's a
Right. She's out doing the most and then want to give advice on how everybody else got to move. Everybody know that quote unquote auntie, that toxic bitch, fucking bitch, as Lord Jamar said. Everybody knows she got the most to say and just looking goofier than everybody else.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Shout out to brother Vader, man. This is listen. These brothers is really just keeping it simple. Lord Jamar call her the B word, yeah, bitch, and sometimes it's just necessary, okay? Because again, the way I look at it is this: Kamala single-handedly raised the roof on all interest rates, living expenses. I got to look at an illegal immigrant every 5 fucking steps I take in my life because of this chick. And then know that they might have more cash in their pockets than me. They may actually have more cash in their pockets 9 times out of 10 than I do, since they get it for free. Okay? So I'm not, listen, this is I'm not gonna be politically correct to a woman who's displacing, let alone myself, but my entire community. Why are we supposed to be nice about this? Niggas are so fucking stupid. Why are you being nice? She's single-handedly destroying the communities that we formerly known to be Black American, prominently Black American spaces at one point. Okay?
I don't know a single person or issue that has divided our community more than this bitch.
Come on.
Tell me the issue. Tell me the issue that has divided our community more than this bitch. Tell me right now. Say it.
Yeah, even Obama didn't get it this good. I mean, he was en route. But I mean, maybe she's on par with the COVID shit, right? Because you not helping your neighbor. Remember that talk? Oh, you didn't get it, so you didn't help the neighbor. You're killing the community. All that stupid talk, right? Now when you fast forward a couple years later, more people who got their damn shot are the ones who got their damn. You done got cooked and packed up. Family members, everybody done got that shit in their arms, right? They done force you to become a crackhead, quote unquote. Nah, get out of here with that shit. Let me go to Brother Q. Brother Q, man, listen, sir. The mother, Mamala, no kids, She's taking care of her buddy Imhoff's children, right? And now she is the mother of the year or the mother of the nation, sir. What say you?
When you think about Lord Jamal and his apology, right? Everything he said was true, first and foremost. And you think about his apology, some of us use a lot of colorful language to describe people, some of us don't.
That's right.
However, that's the language that he chose to use, and he should have stood on it. And it's unfortunate because this just goes to show that, is he really free? Or a lot of times people will backtrack because the access to these trinkets will get shut off.
That part.
But the craziest thing about what Brother Vader said about a person who is single-handedly dividing our community right now and is really separating or giving us some clarity on who our enemies are is, let's just point out a couple things in her economic plan for black men. And she mentioned sickle cell.
Hold on,
but she
brother
didn't.
Q. I got that lined up for y'all.
Let me finish. But she didn't realize she never publicly apologized to Sheree Peoples for locking her up because her daughter had sickle cell. She mentioned marijuana, but she never came back and publicly apologized to Jamal Trulove for his incarceration, which he won a settlement. My thing about her and why she's so deceptive is because she don't stand on her record. If she stood on her record and said, okay, I made some mistakes along the way, maybe it'd be different. If they stop trying to make her out to be something that she's not, it probably wouldn't be so divisive, for lack of a better word. I mean, it's unfortunate that you can read. Some of us like Lord Jamal, some of us don't. But this is a classical example of when you don't have control of your own situation and how you take care of you and yours. This is what they do. This is what they do. Now, he could be, felt bad because maybe daughters, wives, females in his family, he feel like he couldn't have used the word. However, everything else he said was on point. Don't get it twisted. So he did, as a lesson for us, you gotta stand on what you say. And it's okay. It's okay. We can. It's funny because this conversation always leads back to that wanting to be the access, access to the trinkets, man. Family trinkets, make your own, establish your own. The favorites for us, acting for us by us. Y'all know what I said.
Right. Shout out to Brother Q. Let's talk too, ladies and gentlemen. I need to go to the Wolf on this one here, Brother Wolf. Listen. My understanding is once a pass around, always a pass around, and most of the time dogs have 4 legs, but in this case, you got to make the exception for 2. Okay. So was this young man in the wrong for speaking the way he spoke? And was it necessary to come out and apologize? What say you, sir?
I think every man must be judged by his own conscience. I think that like he said in this video, after he reviewed it and listened to it, he could have approached it from a whole different perspective. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt only because we've all said things that we, in anger or in an emotional moment, that we wish we could take back, but we can't. So I'll give him that. but it doesn't take away from the fact that there was no lie told about what she's done and what she continues to do. He just described her as a four-legged dog. And again, I'll leave it right there. I think that I'll leave it right there. Brother Q is on point. Dr. Short's on point. Look, sometimes I slip up and say some things that you can't undo that. I'm very guarded because of what I do for a living, as a firearm instructor, and as a person who carries a gun in every state. I'm very mindful of what I say, what I do, because again, I'm held to a higher responsibility. You're not going to have me out here just being reckless when I got to train you how to be ruthless. Okay, so to his conscience, he felt the need to apologize. I give him that. I give him a pass.
Well, here's what I say before we even go forward, because here's the issue. Whether it becomes a conscious thing, you felt that you were in the wrong. Here's what happens when you come out and apologize on this kind of a stage. Okay, and the ripple effect that it has. The dangers of apologizing when you apologize and when you choose not to. Okay? In this situation, you put yourself in a place where you call yourself speaking on behalf of the Black community. Okay? Now, when you reel that back a few days later, right, when the Black community collectively has expressed all kinds of grievances, right? You call yourself speaking up for the lady who had sickle cell in this very clip as well, right? Are you then apologizing for standing up for that lady who had sickle cell in this thing, giving Kamala Harris the very hellfire that she wanted to deliver? Are you taking that back?
That's what he's doing. Yes, he is. Chef C.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would I call Kamala Harris a bitch and not care who heard me? Yes. Okay. And I trust me. And what's the difference between me and Lord Jamar is that I know Sheree Peoples' name. Okay. The difference between me and Lord Jamar is I would call Kamala Harris a bitch, and I also have made a commitment as soon as I get my check to send Sheree Peoples some money. If and ask other people to give her money. Okay, Sheree Peoples, he's hearing about Sheree Peoples because someone like me who would call her fucking Hindu bitch and wouldn't care who didn't like it. I helped internationalize the story of Sheree Peoples within the last 5 months. The minute that dude has a huge platform and following. Basically, he pimped her. He mentioned her name, or not her name. He mentioned her cause. But you mean you would know that she did this to someone? I would have sooner gotten a hold of that woman and had her speak about how Kamala Harris was than apologize.
Right.
Okay, sure. I'm sorry. I know what it's like to pray over the phone with Sheree Peoples and go and say to people, help this sister out, talk to her, speak to her. That's me. The one that calls hoes bitches, I would call anybody who needs to be called one. That's the problem. The people who are calling for all this political correctness and don't say this, those are Boule bitches. They know exactly who and what they are. And this is why, look, you could say all kinds of stuff. When I know it doesn't apply to me, I don't care. He gave in, he caved, he choked for a bunch of hit dog hoes.
Well, brother Short, real quick, I'm gonna go right back to you, but we need a hand from our brother right now in this moment.
Scared to death Negroes are my enemy.
Continue, sir.
So, I mean, let's just be honest. These same people who have all of these fake marriages and have all kinds that are at the freak-offs and everything else that can run behind a man called Megan Thee Stallion and others and support Billy Porter and everything else. And they've got that can kill babies 20 million deep. Can support the color purple and all this other degeneracy. And I can't say bitch. They call each other bitch. It's, you know what it really is black men losing the freedom of expression itself.
Right.
I mean, do you see, and it happens all the time, black women writers and authors who go and just say all kinds of stuff about black men. Do you see them get censored or told to apologize to black men? This old faggot thing is the first time I've seen in recent memory people demanding that black men not be insulted. Still mostly black men, but some black women have spoken up. Black men get dogged and talked to any old kind of way all the time. And no one sees any issue in it. The only people who complain about being called hoes and bitches are the women in the Boule. And it goes all the way back. Let me tell you where this shit started, guys. It started back in the 90s. Now, one of the people I happen to love, that's the Dolores Tucker. However, what happened, let me share with you the shallowness and the phoniness of these Boule tramps. So I call them society bitches. At the Congressional Black Caucus, they were talking about black people, and instead of, say, maybe going to a Yale or a Howard or a Morehouse or Hampton or University of Chicago and getting some young black men to speak, they got these rappers from the street to talk about the black experience. Do you realize that would never happen if there was a white Congressional Black Caucus? They would never get acid rock or hard rock people to be on policy shit. This is how stupid these Boule fuckers are. These whore ass bitches. And one guy I remember, when they asked him about black women, he said, since I've been out here, all I see is hoes and tricks.
Cool.
And bitches. And there was an explosion. Don't you remember that, Juan? And that's when they all began screaming about misogyny in hip-hop music. Richard Pryor used the word bitch more than Iceberg Slim times 10. No one ever called Richard Pryor misogynist. It was because these Boule hoes invited someone to their little stupid bullshit symposium, and this person talked to them like they talk to anybody else. This is some class shit. And what it shows is that Lord Jamar, who has way more money than Randy Short would ever have, is trying to be on good terms with what he sees as his black social betters. These people are the fucking enemies. Talk to them any old kind of way. When you see me, run. They hate us. We should disrespect them. They are battening the hatches to entrap us to be destroyed while they live good, thinking that they won't get gas too.
Correct.
There's a very good series that you can find on YouTube, and it's called Nazi Collaborators. And the one I was watching last week, I can't remember the name, but he was a Jew in Poland who ran the largest community in Poland and helped kill off Jews for the Germans, giving them lists of people to kill and to take away. The Holocaust of the Jews occurred because of elite Jews who didn't think that they would get gas like the broke ones that they offered up. They were called the Judenstaat. And that's what the Boule is. And he bowed down to them. Nobody cares a fuck about these people when they die from breast cancer, when they get killed having a baby, when they get messed up or sterilized without their permission in the hospital. Nobody cares about these damn black women. I'm not saying that I don't care, but it's interesting. These women who are losing their homes under Obama, nobody cared about the trillions of dollars taken from black women under the Obama administration. Not even those hoes themselves blamed Obama for it. But don't say the word bitch. You can give me a subprime loan and throw my family in the street, but you can't say bitch. It's like people who can't deal with the word nigger. It makes me sick. I don't care what you say. Don't touch me. Don't mess with what's mine. Leave me the hell alone. These women are not respectable, and we shouldn't care how they think. And in fact, if we hurt their feelings, that means that what we're saying reaches them. If everybody needs to have a weapon, like Lone Wolf tells us, our weapon is our mouths, and we should be cursing and saying everything. These people should feel the collective hatred of the masses of black people that they betray every day. The only weapons we do have is to call them bitches and fags and traitors. It hurts their feelings because they know it's true. As I said, let those hit dog whores cry. And I'm in D.C. Every now and then I may go to an event and see those people and I can see them. One day, we should get together, Brother Juan, and go someplace, go to CBC next year. And if you see certain people, I tell you, that person knows me. Look at how angry they are. They're terrified that Lord Jamar would use his platform and wake up black people. And what they said is, Lord Jamar, we've been good to you, nigga. We've let you have this. How dare you go and stir up the help? We've been good to you. We haven't acted like you're from the projects or local. You've come and done concerts, done things. We've been for you. We like you. We know where you said, but you can't do that. She's my sore. I have a very good friend of some 40 years who was a line sister with Kamala Harris, more than likely. She's an AKA at Howard with Kamala Harris. We all went to school together. As I said, I'm probably the only person on this damn call that went to school with Obama and went to school with Kamala, okay, and saw their asses. And so, I'm going to just talk like it is, and it'll be very, very clear. She thinks and she's learned, I refuse. We can be enemies over this bitch. In fact, let us be divided. I don't want to be with anybody that likes Obama. In fact, I would love you all the more if you get the hell out of my life over one of these fake ass backstabbing Tethers and other people. Get the hell away from me. I want to be separated. It's the same way I don't want to be united with the shit that just came out of my ass today. I want it to be as far down the stool and off in the Potomac River. Maybe the catfish can use it. I don't want to be next to anything foul and degenerate. Black people that want to be with scum like this, that would destroy their own people, the most gifted, creative people in the last 500 years on this planet, and you can't find anything to feel good about them. That's scum. That's trash. That's filth. They're vile, and nobody really likes them. Go all over the world as a Black American. You know who the people like? They like the ordinary Black American people. These bushy, arrogant, fake, pretentious, want to be as close to white people till they could be a rectal hair. Nobody likes them because they're the kind that go in the CIA, the State Department. They're the ones in the military killing people. The black folks who will do anything to be accepted by the master are enemies to everybody else abroad. It's your basketball player or your musician or your cool black people that bring the culture that people love. We're the ones they like. They hate the other people. As an international traveler, and I meet people, I have friends all over the world, the folks say, we were prepared for you to be an ass. We like you. All the black people like you can come here, but we met this other type and says, yeah, I don't like them either. These people wish in their heart that they could be just like the Nazis and the Klansmen and the white supremacists that oppress us. The only difference is their melanin won't let them make the cut. Thank God that you know that they don't like you. You can stay away from them. They'll be the ones to say, there's a nigger over there, and they get lynched too. These people are enemies. Be glad when your enemy makes himself identify. It's, for example, if you're walking a combat in a battlefield and there's a sniper, if you can see that he's camouflaged, you have a chance of saving your life. I want to know who's supporting Kamala Harris. I want to know who's with Ofaga. I want to know who thinks Megan Thee Stallion is a black Marilyn Monroe. I want to know. Who's filth amongst us?
Well, hold on, brother Dr. Short. If you want to know, I got somebody right on the screen right now tell you who's with her. You want to know? Listen, Van Jones got a conversation to have with you. Fair use.
Finally, Kamala Harris sent us a love letter. That, to you, that might have been a policy document. I read that as a love letter from Kamala Harris to black men who need some love, black men who need some respect, black men who need some concern and some care and consideration. You know, we need some mamala from Kamala, and we got that. We stood on business. We said we wanted to hear something. Everybody else is getting something. What are we going to get? And she came with a love letter of support for our work, our wealth, and our health. Finally.
No, that's for you, brother Short. Hold on.
Yo, he said we stood on business.
Hold on, brother Short. This for you. Hold on now.
We need some mamala.
Okay. Let me
I'm kind of caught where he said we stand on business. We stand on, you know he's on these Twitter spaces listening to us Negroes. We stand on business. Nigga,
hold on. Dr. Short talking all that fly shit. That's who it is, brother Dr. Short. What you got to say to Van Jones? You need some mama.
I want to say to Van Jones, when I was living with Denise LaSalle, her husband said Van Jones' father tried to pick him up. But that's a whole nother grandfather. So I'm gonna come that way. I'm not saying it's true. That was something said. He's dead, the wife's dead. I don't even care because I like Van Jones's uncle. But when you think about the fact that Van Jones got a job with Obama, and we know what Obama like, and we know that Obama's moist, I find Van Jones to be suspect. Something else I want to say about Scam Jones. Van Jones was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party USA, as was Kamala Harris's mother, as was Kamala Harris's alleged father. Okay? So communists stick together, and what a lot of people don't know, in the 1970s, it was the Communist Party that were the pioneers to make sodomites an ethnic national group. So gay rights, the way that you see it practiced in America, the communists were the ones that started recognizing gay rights as part of civil rights and human rights. And Van Jones is very much an advocate for gay rights. And so he's very into Kamala Harris. Okay. And there's a whole bunch. Remember the thing called Color of Change that Van Jones and them had? And what does a rainbow flag have? Colors. Just saying.
Dr.
Something
Short, I have a
else.
question.
But let me finish. I don't want to lose because I'm scatterbrained. Van Jones had a white wife and she left him. Then you get a white man give a black man huge amounts of money, a black man based out of San Francisco. I mean, just the way that sounds.
100 million.
Yeah. I mean, 100 million. That must have been some great sex or whatever it was. Yeah, I said it like that. Black men don't get that kind of help from white men when they stand on business. It doesn't happen. White men have worked to undermine black men in this country for 500 years. What did you do for them to just give you that? Or what are you on that's not good for black people that makes them comfortable with you? And you're always on TV crying, and he's always talking about how he loves white men. Watch him. Start watching him on CNN. He keeps talking about how he loves Joe Biden. Well, let me just say to you what Judge Joe Brown and other people declare or say, that Joe Biden is bisexual. Okay. Joe Biden definitely molested one of his children. And I have questions about what's going on with Hunter Biden. And he just loves, I mean, I start looking at who Van moves with, how Van is tight with, what's his name, Don Woman or Gone Woman. I keep looking at this and saying, So, and he was one of the founders of Black Lives Matter, which was started by a gay communist. It's just a fact. There's a whole lot of homosexual sodomite stuff. Where there's smoke, there's fire. What did Kamala Harris do that I'm certainly like one of the first persons to fight for gay marriage in California, make certain it came in, you can get the sex changes, and look at how he's pushing for her. Just take a good look at this dude. And so I don't see Van Jones with any real black agenda. I see Van Jones with the sodomite, tether, kumbaya, I mean, your place or mine type of morality. And now he's got a baby with some woman. I don't know if they're married. So I'm not saying he doesn't bang the booty. I mean, I know of a lot of men that are gay that want to have kids. But I'm not saying he's gay, but something's not right here about him. And it does, too, make a difference. The new house niggas these days seem to all be sodomites. That's Diddy. It's Oprah. They're the house niggas, the people that are morally perverse and deviant and hedonistic and overly sexualized. They seem to be the ones that put in charge over us. Y'all need to ask yourselves why. And Brother Juan knows about what happened, how Balaam cursed the Hebrews, get them to be sexually perverse so they would lose the favor of God. And look at how everywhere they're putting sodomites over us, male and female. Y'all need to wake the fuck up, Black America.
Well, Brother Short, let me
I got a quick question for Dr. Short. I got a quick question, Brother Chef. You were, because I'm a major conspiracy theorist. Everybody knows that about me. You started drawing lines in all these communist ties, and wasn't Obama connected with somebody with the Weather Underground, and aren't they tied to the
he may be his lover.
Bill Ayers.
Bill Ayers, and also Obama's connected to a communist group, M19. I mean, this stuff is all over. Obama's family was a communist family. I mean, Obama's grandparents were in the Communist Party. I mean, damn. I mean, the people this dude has been on the scene for 20 years. And forgive me, not you, brother. Our people haven't fucking studied. We don't connect the dots. You don't eat rice with one piece at a time. You get a fucking spoon. How come we can't see all this communist shit and socialist leftist confused shit? I mean, and so who's a person that tries to make Malcolm X a homosexual, Manning Marable, a socialist communist. Who are they running for president? Black. Cornel West, a socialist, a borderline communist. You start looking at this over and over and over again. I mean, there were even people around who was Bayard Rustin. He was a homosexual communist. You start, I mean, damn, what do we need? I'm not even saying, first and foremost, does capitalism love black people? No. Does communism love black people? No. But look at this and wonder, why does it keep going like that? Can't we see this? I'm not saying stuff you can't easily find. What they know about black people is that we're surface. We only look at skin color. We don't go any deeper. And we're going to be exterminated or blown away because we only look at what initial color. That's all we need. You can't pick public policy, politicians, and the people who make the lives, the laws and rules under which you live, like you pick lipstick in a department store.
Well, Brother Dr. Short, 1 second.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
I mean, you on point with what you're talking about right now, Brother Dr. Short, but I want to go through the brothers real quick. Let me go through the brothers. Pause. Let me be clear about that. Pause.
Pause.
Yeah. That sounded wild. That sounded crazy. Let me go to Brother Juan J. Johnson, though. Brother Juan, are you craving some mamala affection right now, sir? I don't know. Van Jones said you've been depraved, sir. Let me see. Let's get him off the mute. You're the mute, Brother Juan.
No, I think again, that was not a love letter. Again, the opposite of love is indifferent. And that was a letter of indifference. It took you 3.5 years to say anything to black males. And you got this clown as your advocate speaking for you and trying to project love on the black community. How dare you? How dare you? Right. All my male chauvinism, because I'm not a misogynist, I'm a male chauvinist on the record.
Hold on, Brother Juan.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
Okay, you got it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to go on the record. Juan J. Johnson is not no misogynist, but he definitely is a male chauvinist.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. A benevolent male chauvinist.
You mean a virtuous male chauvinist?
Yes, and virtuous. Okay.
Right. Yes.
I'm very clear, and I'm unapologetic about that. So when I see Van speak and try to project, she's finally talking to us. Who is the us?
Right. Who?
Not me.
Van. Who? My nigga. Who?
No, talking to you and your crew, but not me and my crew. We're on a whole different frequency. You know?
Yeah, so, you don't want a sex change.
I don't want a sex change. I don't want a toy in my rectum. I got a virgin rectum on the record. Very virgin. Let's keep it.
You gonna make Diddy break out of jail, man.
And look, and that may have been too much information. Okay?
Yeah.
But I'm going on the record. Virgin. Okay. But no, that was not a love letter from Van Jones. That was a letter of indifference to Black American men. And again, I hate the fact that you keep trying to split up a whole 45 million people, 20 million Black males, 20 million. We're not, you can't split us up. They're not splitting up nobody else but Black Americans. Right. And I'm offended by that. Very offended by that. So no, I don't get excited because this letter of indifference. No. They're still really given to others, Black males and others. You lost me when you said others. It's not even for us. It's for everybody. It's to lift all boats. It's a rising tide.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go through the rest of the panel, pause, and then let's really take a look. We should take a look at that plan for Black American men. And then I think it's very important for everybody that's tapped in with us that we show you exactly who those others are. Because Kamala told us quite some time ago who she believes the others are. You know what I mean? And I think sometimes we suffer from amnesia. So we got the receipts for that, but we're going to make it.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
For everybody to get some understanding. So, Brother Q, are you in need, Brother Q? I mean, listen, you from up top. Now you down in PA, you know. Van Jones said you need some mamala, man. You struggling right
now. Anything in her economic plan is not applicable to me. It's like Juan said the other day, none of that. I don't fit the criteria for nobody that she's talking to.
Come on.
But it's Van Jones, man. This is a person who is a lawyer. Like I don't have no words to talk about him. I just it's gonna continue. He's going to continue doing stuff, giving us content to eat off of. Just, like, what are you talking about, dude?
Right.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking? At least he should have let her plan or whatever she's trying to do and what she's trying to do before election, because she's running to podcasters who she believes, her team believes, is grassroots. Running to people like, Howard Stern, Math Hoffa, the girl, she's going to, Roland and these people thinking that they have a line in the grassroots. I don't know.
He's Boule too. People need to understand that Van Jones is Boule through his family. They're Greeks and Masons. I'm just saying.
Right.
But there's nothing I can really say about him. He is the epitome of what they have been doing. There we go. Look at that picture.
Come on, kid.
Look at that. Now, and I'm no advocate of men not being emotional. However, this pity party that this man displays on CNN over politics is so unnecessary. And it's disrespectful.
Can I add something? I'm going to say something, and it could be true. This is something I want everybody to listen to, and I want everybody to. Now it's October. Pretty soon it'll be November. I want everybody to keep their eyes peeled when Gay Pride Month comes up, and whenever you see any kind of gay event, you're going to find a huge number of people that participate. Chef C, you've seen Pride Month. I know you have because you're a cook. You're going to find a lot of men that are gay are prematurely bald. Have you ever noticed that, Chef C? How many bald gay dudes? So many of them bald, heads cut down to the bone and shit. Have you ever noticed that? Lots of bald-headed dudes when they're gay thing. Even their images, some of the iconography, that it's always a dude with the bone head. A lot of people don't know that when you take certain sorts of drugs, you get certain sorts of parasites from having certain sorts of sex. Like, someone threw some poop on your head because they loved you or something like that. That this makes your hair fall out, as well as some of the medications and things that you take to fight the parasites and STDs that you get. It bothers your hair.
Pause.
And so, when I think about the fact that I know Van's blood uncle, his mother's brother, that man had a
full head of hair in his 70s. Full head of hair. Okay, so the men in his family, they don't go bald early. And so I'm looking at that bone head. And maybe said, you know what? I never thought about that before. It's a conversation I had with Miss Kelly. I had never said anything. I kept seeing stuff like that. I told my mother, if you ever get around a lot of gay professional type dudes, they wear a lot of cologne. And the reason that they do that is because they don't have a virgin rectum. And when you had the muscle and your asshole busted, you can smell people's ass. Because if your clothes breathe,
Hey, yo, pause.
You can smell people's ass. And therefore, if you ever go to where people are sex workers and shit, and you smell something kind of sickening smelling, that's that queen's ass, which is why a lot of them wear lots of cologne and perfume to cover up the smell of their ass. Okay, for people to tell you what a wonderful lifestyle, and no, I don't hate anyone. I know what it's like. My parents counsel people not to commit suicide because they're sexually confused. Most people molested, but you could smell their ass, and a lot of them went bald early. It's just something I've been watching for over 55 years. And so when I look at that bald head, I said, you know what? He's bald. A lot of gay folks are bald. A lot of people out there doing really, and you out in San Francisco, I want you guys to, while you're sitting here, go to Google Images and put in Pride Month, Pride Marches. And you'll see a prominent number of bald-headed people. Don't believe me. To hell with me. But you're going to find a lot of bald-headed gay men when they're young. And it's a whole thing about people being bald-headed, especially when they get older. And by the way, he's not a spring chicken. So a lot of bald gay dudes. I'm just saying. And I got a whole bunch of fucking hair. So y'all just don't even try to apply this shit to me. Okay, I got a head full of hair at 59. Because I've never had any STD, nor will I ever have one. But I'm looking at this bald-headed nigga who's about the same age as me. He can't, maybe I'm a little older, and he's been bald for a while. And you start looking at the bald-headed people, and you start seeing the same people, and they're crying everywhere. They're all bald. Now, I mean, Billy Porter has his hair, but then again, he could afford to have implants put in with his rich white boyfriend that left his ass. But just think about this shit. It does too matter. There's a lot of liar, fake ass, Pan-Africanist type people say, well, the private doesn't influence the political. Bullshit. You are who you sleep. If you're all into deviance, it will influence your politics. You do not see people that are into sucking dick and getting fucked in the ass voting against gay marriage. They're voting yes to everything that they do. Now, maybe they could be straight when it comes down to money, but they're crooked on just about everything else. The kids do need to see dicks in kindergarten. The kids do need to know how to lubricate their ass. That's educational. Even when they're 4 years old, well, they can eat peanut butter and jelly. They can put some jelly up their ass. You can't separate people do not separate their private from their political. If you're racist at home, you're going to support racist politics in your policy. It is a lie. It is a lie from a lot of deviants and others saying, I'm not going to push for a whole bunch of queer stuff because I'm queer. Who said that? A pedophile by the name of Harvey Milk in San Francisco. I'm just going to be a good politician like everyone else. Bullshit. Look, when people have a certain sort of life, it comes out through their policies. That's Obama, that's Kamala, that's the Congressional Black Caucus, it's Diddy, it's all of these people. Start looking at them. And by the way, if you notice at the top of even Don Lemon's hair, it's thinning. Don Lemon's hair is thinning. The more he keeps telling everybody how queer he is, the more and more hair he loses. Take a good look at Don Lemon. He's starting to cut his hair shorter and shorter because he's losing his fucking hair. Sure he is. sure I'm right. It has something to do with how you live your life does to influence your health.
Well, I'll tell you what, brother Dr. Short. Let me go to Brother Vader real quick. Brother Vader.
Bro.
Pause.
You
Yeah.
y'all consistently cook with knives. I had never seen no shit like this. No pots,
and you
no,
got a
no
full head of
skillets.
hair too. So
No,
I know you're okay. Look at all the hair you got. We know
hey,
you're
I'm gonna
okay.
I'm washing my shit tonight. Y'all cook with knives and knives alone. No spatulas, no pots, no pans and shit. Y'all cook with knives. Let me turn my lightsaber on. Fuck that. All right. This mamala shit, man. I can't. It's hard to watch this video. But and just like everything that he cooked, right? Like I for the first time in my life, I'm seeing this communist connection. And I mean, I've never seen this communist alphabet connection, and then I'm starting to just cook in my brain on this, and reparations is a capitalist idea. It is not a communist idea, right? The communists aren't talking about paying reparations because they don't even believe in capitalism. So they don't write economic injustices, right? And so now I'm seeing this communist connection, and it's like, yeah, that's why they stand in front of and block reparations, is because reparations is not even a communist thought. It's antithetical to their principle. Dr. Shore, you're widening my mind right now, bro. Pause on that.
Yeah, pause. Yeah. But nah, salute. I mean, salute to Brother Vader, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, we're gonna keep this thing going the way we need it to go. I think it is necessary though, before we go too far. All right, let me stop the screen. There was a plan for black men that this heathen came out with. And there's a couple things that I wanted to make sense, right? Kamala's plan. Okay? Couple things I wanted to make the math. Particularly the language of others. Now, when you lead with a plan saying it's for black men, I think it should be strictly for black men as far as I'm concerned. Right? However, the specificity of who those others are never seems to show up when we need it. So I'm gonna go ahead and pause for a second. My brother Negro, I wanted him to touch on the last subject. Brother Negro, you got the flow, sir.
I wanted to tap on that Lord Jamar situation. First things first, Lord Jamar, I think he has dual allegiances, or has two different ethnicities in him. I think one is foundational, other one's Guyanese. And there's been a history of people who are biracial, multi-ethnic, or however you want to slice and dice it. Every time they get put to that FBA skillet, that Negro skillet, and they get cooked, they end up flipping. And I'm just tired of these half-breeds or these mixed up people in Black American affairs. All right. That's the first things first. Either you're going to stand on it like Colin Kaepernick and see it all the way to the Holy Land until it like whatever, or don't talk about it at all. All right. The other thing is, I don't think it's really the D9 that put the pressure to him like that. I really think it's Farrakhan. Ain't he a part of that? That's the angle that I wanted to go really left on. I really think Farrakhan has.
Farrakhan is a member of Omega Psi Phi.
And he's Boule. And he's Boule. See, people think that these guys are so pro-black, right? And that they're so down for black people. When we don't, I look at them as another extension of the gatekeeper from a different perspective and a different angle. And I've always been kind of on that type of time when it comes to these guys, because when it comes to reparations, these guys want to give it to everybody. They want to flat blacken it. They want to talk this Pan-African nonsense, knowing damn well that we need our repair, knowing that we know that we need what's owed to us. And then on top of that, they killed the savior, which is Brother Malcolm, and replaced it with a tether. Because Farrakhan is a tether. I don't care how you slice and dice it. He ain't one of us. He'll never be one of us, and he's not from our bloodline. I don't care how much work he does in the Black American community. I look at you're in the way of a real Black American person. You're in the way of somebody else in our community. That's how I look at anybody that's not from our lineage in the space of a Black American person, cosplaying a Black American person in a Black American association. And I think we need to really be on that type of time. If you ain't from the bloodline, if you ain't from the chattel fields of slavery, then this ain't for you. And we need to be you ain't Black. You goddamn right. Shout out to Joe Biden on that, right on cue. You ain't Black. And we really need to really get on that type of time. If not, I feel like we're going to end up selling out our culture. We're going to end up getting our culture pillaged to the point that we won't even recognize it as a people. And that's the reason why I'm so frustrated when I see somebody who's speaking the type of rhetoric that we're talking, and then they want to go and misdirect it because they got checked, because they not really from the soil like that. They like soy milk or something. They like halfway got it and halfway don't. And I'm just tired of these flip-floppy type of Negroes or flip-floppy type of niggas or whatever you want to call it, that's in a way of real Black American people, real Black American men and women who could provide the change, but these guys are in the way. These guys are always in the goddamn way. I see them in the classroom. I see them on the job force. I see them everywhere. And it's getting to the point, it's suffocating Black American people. So yeah, I really, since he wants to play with the gods and the earths, and he might be an NOI member and whatnot, I really think that Farrakhan tapped him on the shoulder and said, hey man, I already told people about Trump. I already told you my angle in the slant about Trump. Why you talking on this? And I really think he pulled his coattail and told him to sit his ass down because he's a member of his ministry. Like, let's really talk this religious talk. He's a part of his damn ministry. So what you think? So that's what I see when it comes to Lord Jamar and him talking this rhetoric. And I don't think that's the first time he did something like that too. Like he did something like I can't put my finger on it, but that ain't the first time he did some flip-floppy ass shit and did it in a sloppy way and left us up holding the bag. And he did it twice again when he did that sister that he didn't want to speak the name of the sister that was getting messed over by Kamala Harris, but he gonna talk about her story. No different from when he's talking about Kamala Harris and not really telling the full story about the reparations and everything else that's connected to it and why people ain't really effing with her on that level. That's the reason, and standing on that. See, he has no connection to us like that. That's the reason why he ain't really standing on it like that. And this ain't the only time these half breeds and these mixed up Negroes and whatnot, watered down. We call them watered down Negroes where I'm from, because they ain't got it full. They don't got the full stock blood in their veins like that. That's why they flip floppy. So that's how I kind of look at this whole Lord Jamar situation, and I feel like he's derailing what the grassroots is saying. I feel like he's obstructing what the grassroots is saying. If you're standing in the way of what we're doing, then you're a part of the problem. If you're trying to change the direction of what we're talking about, you're a part of the damn problem. And he did that for what? To hold some change. He did that for what? Because Farrakhan probably told him to sit his ass down. So it wasn't for what the collective need and what was owed to us. So yeah, I really feel some type of way about this. And he know better. He know better.
Negro, you said a lot, sir. You said a lot, and I'm not gonna hold you.
Respect to that brother.
I gotta look into some of this stuff. I'm not gonna hold it, but that's the way the Negro feels. So salute. That's the Negro's position. Let that man live. You know. But you know what? Real quick, y'all, before we go too far, I want to just bring something up to y'all. Give you a little splash, and then we're gonna go into this plan for black folks, y'all. Brother Negro talks about half blacks, half whites, not 100% Negroes. Hey, you know
By
what?
ethnics too, because we're intercultural. When you got two different cultures and two different ethnic groups and all this other weird shit, man. They want the exotic black person. They don't want they remember what they said about when Kai said, you're just a regular black. You're not a special black. That bullshit right there. That fuckery right there. That's like an insult. That somebody could come on American soil and say you ain't the real thing or you're not special. Nigga, I'm special because my ancestors made me who I am. I'm special because we survived the most grueling situations on American soil. What does your people have it just staking a claim on this soil? Not a damn thing.
Hold on, Negro. Hold on. Hold on, man. Let me give you this. To bring us back to earth, quote unquote. Let's bring us back to earth. Fair use, and I like this creator here, man. But this is something for y'all. Everybody that want to aspire to be exotic because you got a couple splashes of other blood in your streams and shit. You got a lot of cats that lean on that. You got maybe a quarter of blood in you and you a whole other thing all of a sudden. So here check this out.
Mario don't know what to do.
Yo, MC, you ain't right, yo. MC, you ain't right. Shut up. That's worse than the percolator, man.
Oh shit.
All right, so
listen, man. Listen. Everybody find out. Everybody.
See, you ain't right, yo.
Listen. Shout out to my nigga DW for putting me on to this. Shout out to my nigga Queen DW,
like
man.
Vader said, we cooking with knives tonight, man. You ain't right, Chef C.
Listen.
Where the hell you find this at?
My nigga DW sent me this shit and I was crying. Yeah. I was crying because, again, let's keep it a buck, though. Everybody see, I don't know, up top by us, everybody had that period where they think they Jamaican.
Yeah.
Right? They have like a half a little stench of being Jamaican, so everybody dirty whining.
And don't date one.
And don't date one. You go in there, you trying to get courage, and then oh man. So somebody, like a lot of these $5 half-breed niggas, man, when they find out they got a splash of this shit in them, they out here like Toad. Toad out here screaming. Let me play that one more time for y'all, man. You niggas be out here like this. Look at this queen. Mario looking crazy than the motherfucker. What's going on? Look at Mario.
Mario want to light up for the authenticity.
I'm done. Chef C, email that to me immediately.
You got
I'm done, bro.
Hey, real quick. Shout out to my guy here, man. JK, the animator. If y'all catch this cat, man, tell him I said salute. This is probably the funniest shit I ever seen at least the funniest shit I've seen in the last 5 years. Okay?
Chef C, let me ask you a question though.
Yeah.
Is it worse when we date Caribbeans or when we date the Latinos? Because when we date Latinos, the whole logo change.
Yeah.
We start saying we Dominican.
Niggas Mike Lowry all of a sudden.
Niggas start learning
Niggas
the
is
salsa
Mike
dance.
Lowry. Bad boys. Bad boys.
Niggas become
3 out this motherfucker.
Niggas become the dopest salsa dancers.
Right. Niggas be bachata and shit. All of a sudden, niggas can bachata. Go ahead.
All of a sudden, they the master at making paella.
Chef C.
Yeah.
Chef C.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, y'all. My intelligence wing of Salt Ministries has reported to me that Lord Jamar's wife is a feminist, and his daughter is a member of the Kappa Alpha sorority.
There you go. Bingo. Excellent, sir.
Henpecked. Okay. And see, this is the thing I'm going to say to you. In 1999, I had a conversation with two friends of mine. One was James Farmer, one of the creators of the Congress for Racial Equality, a man I first met in 1970, 71. I'm just going back, y'all. For all the people think I'm not opinionated, but if you meet people like this your whole life, it shapes you. And my other friend, Reverend C.T. Vivian, Martin Luther King's first personal assistant and executive assistant. And in that year of 1999, as I was trying to figure out, and I realized I didn't know, but I learned that James Farmer, I only knew that he was married to a white woman. And I asked him, Mr. Farmer, yes, what would you like to ask me, young man? I said, sir, why are you civil rights black men married to white women? And James Farmer said, well, I think that if I could be very honest with you, my first wife was black. I was mad about her. But she didn't want me to work on behalf of Negroes. So she told me to pick between the movement to uplift my people or her. I couldn't have both. So I chose black people and I lost her. However, the white woman told me she would do everything that I wanted in order to help my people, to prove her love and devotion. And she stayed with me, whether I had money or not, until the day she died. And I said, did you meet other black women before the white? He says, I met many, and none of them wanted to be involved in the movement. And so he was with the white woman because he couldn't find black women down for the struggle. And then my next thing was, I said, C.T. Vivian, I had no idea James Farmer had a black wife. And he says, well, there's a lot you don't know. C.T. Vivian always you're not as smart as you think you are, Randy Short. It says, do you know I'm on my second marriage? I was like, no. He says, well, I've known Jim a long time, and we both lost our first marriage. I says, well, what happened to you? He says, my wife told me she wanted to have a nice bourgeois life, and she didn't want me involved with helping black people. And I was going to have to make a decision then or there, whether I was going to be giving her the kind of life she felt she deserved, or if I would be moving out. So our marriage ended. See, a lot of black American men, which is why
Yes, I'll say bitch as often as I want. I'm a man. A lot of black men are, if nobody else has them on the plantation, they're on the pussy plantation. Well, thank God for pussy, but it shouldn't be a plantation. It should be a free trade zone. So, and I see a lot of black men, they can't believe or have passions or beliefs in order to be with some of these sorry ass society bitches out here. They better not care about the black community, better not get involved. You're not going to mess with this lifestyle I want to have. So in reality, a lot of black men are women. They're the wife that doesn't really say anything in order to keep their husband from going off. And I've seen, I used to work as a server for many years. And I noticed a lot of black men were captive. In order to have a family with a woman that wasn't completely ratchet, they had to almost be the silent type to keep that masculine, aggressive, pork chop feminist wife happy. A lot of you black men are sorry weaklings. You can't be your own man because you screwed this woman. And a lot of black women think it's cool to rule over a man. It's just as bad as Mr. kicking Steely's ass for you to psychologically fuck over a black man and castrate him. You're just as brutal, except the scars don't show. That's why these black men die earlier when they're married to you hoes. You run his ass in the ground. He can't do this and can't do that and better not think this. You know, there's no movie. Black men don't make movies and books that kick this kind of black woman in the ass. Black men need to start coming out saying what the fuck we think and feel. This bullshit going on with Kamala would not happen if there weren't so many black men that were hostages for some pussy and food.
Come on.
It's a goddamn shame. And I'm not saying that's the situation, but I believe my source. And so, you know what? It's like my AKA friend who thought by her getting upset because I sent her a picture of Kamala in the toilet. I mean, I sent her more shit. Bitch, you can't tell me how to think about this whole.
Come on.
Especially when I'm right, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't care if you're a little older than me. I don't care what you don't know. And it's like I had to tell a sister today, you've got some daddy issues, woman. And she snapped. And we get afraid. Woman, it's interesting. The men in the black community better not have too much bass in their voice when they're talking to these asshole pork chop women. And the minute a woman, she goes up in frequency when she's mad, I've seen dudes get all weak. That's not being a man. A simp isn't a man. A simp is a enslaved pussy addict.
Come on.
Let me stop there.
I like that, brother Dr. Short. That's a fact. That's a fact right there. But nonetheless, gentlemen, let's pull up this plan for black men, quote unquote plan for black men. Anyhow, I'm just gonna go over the 5 terms real quick. Okay. Proposed points. First one beginning with providing 1 million loans that are fully forgivable to black entrepreneurs and others to start to start a business. Okay. Let me do this one. Champion education. First and foremost, hold on. I'm going to go one point by point, and I need to hear from the brothers. Okay? And no Obama. All right? Let me talk to the brothers here. Providing 1 million loans that are fully forgivable to black entrepreneurs and others to start a business. Okay? Now, 1 million loans, and those, I believe the dollar amount was supposed to be $20,000 I believe it was 20,000, 20 to 25,000. I'll double check that, but it's one of those numbers. Quote unquote, fully forgivable. First and foremost, what the fuck is the deal with Kamala and her and that lucky 20 to $25 number? She said 25,000. Didn't she say 25,000 to folks on some other bullshit as well? What was that other proposed bullshit for 25? She said 25,000 for something else as well. I believe it was the down payment. Right? It was the down payment on your crib. Okay? Now she circled the block. It's 25,000 for black entrepreneurs. 20 to 25,000 for black entrepreneurs. She knows that 25,000 ain't really hitting like it's going to hit in this inflated fucking market. So it's not really missing nothing. You're not really missing anything. But I want to go to the brothers. I mean, 1 million loans, forgivable loans. Does that seem promising to a brother like Q? What can you do with that 25,000? And is it enough to convince you to go over to Kamala's side, sir?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I could never vote for a Democrat right now. To be honest with you, where's she gonna get this money from? That's the first thing I'm gonna ask. Where's the money gonna come from? You can't even get a loan from the Small Business Association. 3% of black people can't even get loans from them. It's only, excuse me, I was misquoted. Out of all the loans that they give out, 3% of them are to black people. And I don't mean native black people, I'm talking about black people as a whole in their eyes.
Can I cook on that?
Go ahead, bro.
When I look at that line that Brother Chef had highlighted, that's a play within the play. Because Jibba Jabba brought it up. Grants would have a higher acceptance rate versus loans. And you got to think about this. If this were a plan, if this were truly a plan for black Americans, for black men, it would be grants, not loans.
Bingo.
You see, when you say loans and then you do the and others bullshit, well, who qualifies for loans more than black people? And the answer is everyone. Everyone qualifies for loans over black people. So,
hold on, brother.
Go ahead.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
All right, go ahead, brother Beta.
Yeah. So that's the play within the play, right? They say that they're going to provide 1 million in loans that are forgivable. Well, if they're forgivable, why not just make it a grant? And the answer is, if it were a grant, then you could specify that this is for black Americans. When you make it a loan and then you add the qualifications for that loan, you can make sure that none of that money makes itself to black Americans.
Come on.
It's a play within the play, bro.
I love that.
That's a double button hook reverse.
Hoes cheat, hoes lie, hoes are freaks. And this is what makes Lord Jamar's apology all the more egregious, because she's just a lying bitch. And the only thing she's ever done good was blowjobs. That's the only thing that's not diversity, equity, and inclusion, is that she can suck a dick. Okay. Cool. And basically, she doesn't have enough tongue for this whole panel. Willie Brown's ejaculate in her throat isn't doing anything for me. Okay. Come swallow is scum. And all the stupid ass black men and women with her are scum too. I mean, please block me. If you're one of those little assholes on there that wants to vote for this bitch, please take my name down and block me. I don't ever want to see or hear from your ass again. Just let's not, I don't want to breathe the same air as niggas that want to vote for this bitch.
Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, listen, I want to go to the brothers here. Brother Negro, you're a non-profit organization, sir. They hear you in here talking crazy like that. Talking about, all of these biracials. Do you think you still qualify for the loan, sir?
Brother, I'm gonna keep it a full stack with you. When it comes to these loans and all this stuff, when it comes to non-profit world, me personally, I'm not looking to invest with that. I'm completely I'm a part of that. So people want to use that word divester. I'm a divester against when it comes to government involvement in my organization because Lord knows she's the type of woman that's going to put a fag on my board. She's the type of woman that's going to put some butch on my board and that's going to run my organization into the goddamn ground. So no, I don't want her piece of shit loan. Honestly, I really don't want fucking one because I know that it's designed to harm and to interfere what I'm trying to do. Didn't brother Tyreek said something about when he was having his little museum and whatnot, they were trying to switch his shit around. So this is the games that the government do when you're trying to apply for these grants and loans. They start to tell you how they want you to run your business. And I don't want no man telling me, man, woman, pants, dress, dyke, fag, straight, whatever, telling me how to run my shit. Especially if I'm talking about God, especially if I'm talking about Jesus and talking about things that's dear to my heart. No, I can't have them involved in my business and my affairs like that. I really can't. They'll get the necessary bottom line business reports and the stuff that's needed. But anything else outside of that, asking me my membership, asking me what am I doing and all that, no. Go. They need to go. And if they start messing with me, I'm going to start pointing. Well, are you going to do this to the white clubs? Are you going to start digging into their shit? Because you're giving them autonomy to do whatever the hell they want, as long as it's legal. I want the same space. So that's kind of my approach. No, I wouldn't know. I was thinking about that prior. I knew you were going to roll that question to me, but I was thinking about that, and I'm really going to have to give a strong, stern no. No way, Jose. No. I don't want her money. The only money that I want from that broad is reparations. And if she's not giving me no reparations for me and my people, me and my people that look like me, my lineage and all that, then screw this broad. Because she's going to give me pennies on a dollar when we owe trillions. That's her backwards. And that's an insult. That's a slap in the face. So no, I can't roll with that. I can't roll with that at all. And I don't think self-respecting Negroes and Black American folks that got their helmet on and they got their breastplates and everything else, they wouldn't be rolling in that manner either. They're gonna look at her and be like, "Yo, cut the check, and we can create our own grants and loans without your dumb ass." How about them apples? Kamala Harris, give us what's owed so we can do what we need to do. But she ain't about that life.
Well, I'll say this, Brother Negro. Most of the time, I mean, we've seen this play. These folks aren't going to give anything necessarily. I mean, it's just what it is. We have to. This is not a give scenario. But I let folks get there in their own way. I don't want to be that guy.
But Brother Chef, I want to say one more thing to add on that. What she's doing is an extension of COINTELPRO. Let's really wake this up. She's going to use that to infiltrate and smash any of these other Black organizations that's going to take that grant. Because now she can say that. She mentioned a comment. She said if they screw up, that she's going to do whatever she can to make sure that they're in compliance federally. Hell, they'll throw a jacket on your ass to sabotage your business. So no, I look at that as the hook to any Black business, any Negro business, any lineage-based organization. That this is the COINTELPRO, the new COINTELPRO. We're gonna throw some dollars at you, And if you fuck up them dollars, we're gonna shut down your enterprise. We're gonna throw a jacket on you. We're gonna destroy whatever you created because we can. And I'm Uncle Sam. That's what I see from that. So no, I really look at this as an extension of the COINTELPRO. Based off, she said that she mentioned that whole PPP loan. Remember, I mean, you talked about this over the phone. She mentioned that whole PPP loans that yeah, I know how to persecute frauds. Yeah. I'm one of those. I'm a smart Negro. I'm a read Negro. No, I'm straight. I'm straight, ho. I'm straight, ho. I'll call her ho. I'm straight.
You're being misogynistic, brother Negro. They said.
Well, but I can go to I can go to sleep right at night about it too. I go to sleep right at night. I'll go right to sleep, and I know that a man has his place and a woman has a place. What's been going on in the society is that we ain't been standing in our place. We allow everybody to uproot us out of our place, and it has destroyed our community. It left us defenseless, left us to be armed, left us to get killed, murdered, and everything else in between, man.
Well, we are here. We're next to it. I mean, let's keep this thing flowing, brother Juan J. Johnson. You got your 20,000 coming to you, sir. That's what she said. So you got to get behind Kamala, sir. Mamala needs you right now, and you get 20,000 to maybe 25,000, sir. What say you?
So if that 20,000 is equivalent to that faith-based initiative money, that FBI money that has shut down the preachers, and I don't want it. See, all money ain't good money. And you can see by our religious so-called leaders who took that FBI money, they can't say nothing.
Shout out to Al.
So no, I'm not taking the money because again, if you're gonna look here, if you're gonna attach a loan to it and attach other entities to that money, no, I don't want that money. No, I'm like the Negro in this one. Look here, look, Loan with Firearms is not no nonprofit. I'm for profit. I want all the money, and I want all the smoke. But I just think that no, that program is not for us. That's a lift all boats program.
Right.
That's a rising tide. Okay, so no, I'm not with that. Again, that's not a love letter. That's a letter of indifference because it took you almost 3 years to even say something to us. You know, so nah, I'm not with that program at all.
Yeah. I tell folks she try to hit us with the hey big head. This is
hey big head.
Yeah, this is a hey big head note right here, and I'll be damned. I don't listen. Let me tell you something. Let me tell folks something. There ain't too many things that really get up under Chef C's skin, other than a hey big head female. I despise them, and to see a woman essentially wait 20 days away from this election to hey big head black America or black men, because it ain't no black American men. She put others in there. So that's actually that ain't even just black men. If you go under that, this is the Asians. This is everybody. They all can hit a lick.
But
and you know what? Guess what this also say? This also says, to be very clear. Hold on, Kamala.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
What this says is also women who quote unquote identify as men now also get this. Doesn't matter the ethnicity or background. Right? So I mean, listen. This is dangerous stuff because she's doing the sex divide, the gender divide here. Okay? She thinks she's slick. This is more sneaky than gender divide and bullshit. Okay? I'm going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and read a little bit more of this, though. Let me go through all the points. Yeah. Number 2, champion education training, and mentorship programs that help black men get good jobs in high demand industries and lead their communities, including pathways to become teachers. Now, let me say this. I was a child at once. I was a little dude, and even then they wasn't paying teachers good. Why in the hell would you want them to get into an industry y'all intentionally underpay? They intentionally underpay good teachers, and any teacher that, especially some of the good teachers I used to have, that stood on that shit like they wouldn't read none of them other bullshit books and curriculums. They would ostracize those good teachers, right? Always try to embarrass them in their little teachers meetings and shit like that. The teachers that I was actually trying to teach you the real shit. And they would be underpaid, extremely underpaid. So now you want to go ahead and educate who again? Will these men, these black men that you're pandering to, will they be allowed to teach the curriculum that they want? Right? That we deem necessary for this particular climate? Instead of a forced LGBT curriculum that I've been seeing going into these schools, talking about the new alternative to safe sex is anal. So now you want black men to come into the schools, right? You want to make pathways for black men to come into schools and teach little girls to take it up the ass. That's what you're saying. Kamala 2024. What say you, Brother Vader? yeah, because I want to make that make sense. What say you, Brother Vader? Pathways to education, mentorship, right? What say you, sir? Let's make it make sense.
There's no, this is supposed to be a plan for black men, and I see nothing, absolutely nothing in what you posted in that image that has a dollar amount associated with it. What is there a program for black teachers that we don't know about? Did she mention them? What? There's just, it's just, this is what we're gonna do, and we're gonna just make some shit up. It's tied to nothing. It's tied to no money. It's tied to no organization. It's tied to no action. No legislation. Not like what? It's just bullshit. It's just lip service. Really?
Right.
It's just lip service. If you could bring it up on the screen
again,
I don't
lip service.
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna bring it up right now.
Go ahead.
Here. Boom.
She's known for lip service.
Right. That part.
Hold on 1 second. Let me hold on real quick. Roland Martin.
Yeah.
Something.
We gotta be clear. We gotta be clear. Yes.
All right, go ahead, brother. Yeah.
Look at it. Look at number 2. It's literally tied to nothing.
I disagree with you.
All right, let's go there.
There's one word that leaps out to me that we haven't even focused on.
What? Championing?
No, lead. Read where it says lead, for black men can lead their communities. The suggestion is this: we ain't leading nothing.
Right. That part.
Come on.
Now, this again, my brothers, this is not just a plan that's being broadcast just to this nation. This is going around the world. This is her saying these niggas don't lead. They follow, because the opposite of lead is follow. We're gonna give you some education so you can start to lead again.
But there's something else when you talk about education. When you talk about education, what's another word for teachers in education? Have you guys thought about it?
No.
Headmasters. They want to bring men in, and it's already happening, where the men molest the boys and girls in the school. This is an opportunity for men of other races, because Black men are the absolute smallest number of teachers in this country. Okay, and Black men have a hard time. I know, having been a teacher as well, Chef C, and Black women give you a real hard time in the school. I just had lesbians were a real trip. If you're a dyke out there, you know, if folk hate you, you guys have earned it. Okay, just saying. Just really, I told one little lesbian that had an oxygen tank that kept doing stuff that I was going to take it and throw it out the window and watch her go get it. If she ever did something to, because she kept disrespecting me in front of the class, I'd never had to talk to a woman like that in my life, but I felt good after I told that bitch, do it again, I'll take that fucking oxygen tank and throw it out the window. And we were on the 3rd floor. Don't you ever do that. I'll beat your fucking ass, you dyke. Then I had no further problems. It's going to be a butcher shop for Black men to go into those schools if you're a normal Black man. If you're a gay Black man, like the one that would piss all over the seat, and I put up notes to the tinkler to tell his ass to stop pissing on the seat, it wasn't an act of love, and it's not graffiti. You know, there's paper towels and everything. Please get your urine off the seat, the tinkler. And I figured out who it was because I could see they'd get mad whenever they saw me. I mean, if you could spring a leak like that, maybe you should wear Depends. But what I'm going to say to you is, you call a dominant teacher a headmaster, and our boys are molested. They even had a whole school. My former junior high school, they had a white gay man bringing all of his gay friends into the school, and they were screwing the young men at the school, and everybody knew. It's another way, the school to prison pipeline has also molested them along the way. And this is true in Chicago and other school districts, where they screw and molest the boys. If the white women don't get them, the other people get them. This is a way to double down on destroying, making even the little bit of formal education, which ain't shit, to make it into a trick bag. It's the same way many of these same cities had a policy that failed, where they were going to start teaching kids how to be sex workers as a vocation, not coding, not metal shop, nothing woodwork, but teach people to be sex workers in school, as giving them an opportunity to be in the new economy. Do you understand? They tried to launch it here in D.C. And by the way, spearheaded by someone that was Jewish. I'm just going to say it. I don't care. And there were a bunch of Black studs. They were all for it. Thank God we were able to stop it, but they were going to put this in our areas. The schools are not just school to prison. It's also school to prostitution pipeline, because those kids that get turned out in Chicago end up being sex workers in that city. This is what they're doing with that. You probably, in fact, if you teach a kid, you probably could be gay, and the teacher rapes you, then you're gonna go out and be doing all this other kind of stuff. And in fact, basically going to school is on the job training to be a sex worker. That's what they've made it. This is what they're doing. This is what Kamala, they have it in California. It's called the California Healthy Child something, where the kids have to learn how to put lubricants in their rectums in the 1st grade, and they have to learn all this sex stuff. This is going on all over the country now. And by the way, while all these bitches out here being feminist, killing babies, who's looking out for the children? Talked about not leading. Black men can't lead. They can't lead if they're overwhelmed. I mean, like, I sent you something, Chef C, and you need to put it up there. I sent it to you, Roland, and Juan. It's a picture of Lord Jamar with his AKA daughter. I also sent you the video where the 5%ers went after Lord Jamar. Like I said, don't tell me about these so-called groups being so radical. All this homosexual sodomite shit and hip-hop music, which they dominate. How come they didn't purge that shit out? How come? Why don't we know where Africa Bambaataa is?
I mean, these people are disgusting. I mean, you can't call Kamala Harris a bitch, but y'all can't do nothing about Africa Bambaath or this other stuff either. These people make me sick.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that image up very shortly, sir. I'm gonna pull it up shortly. I'm just trying to get it over. But no, listen, I agree with what you gentlemen are saying here. We are coming. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, no, we're coming. We're getting an understanding. It was the number 2 there. Did I get my brother Q from number 2? I'm mixing my order up when people. I'm gonna need y'all to stay in the order. I get mixed up trying to keep up with everybody. So, brother Q, sir,
I am here.
your your leadership. Okay, you're looking for leadership here, and you want to promote the teachers. Okay, as far as Kamala's plan is concerned, that do we need more teachers, or do we just need the teachers that are already in position?
We need our motherfucking money, man. Period. See, give us our money and we'll figure out the rest.
Yeah, but now you're doing too much, Q.
Give us our money and we'll figure out the rest, man. And like we've been doing it. Just give us what y'all owe us and we'll figure out the rest and get out our way. You know, I want to address somebody in the chat because they said something. But what they got to understand is that, because they brought up something about Donald Trump. What people don't understand, I'm not a Republican and we're not talking about Republicans. However, the Republicans going to leave us the hell alone. We're talking about this woman and these people in her party that continuously attack black men. Black men in their eyes are public enemy number 1. The black family is public enemy number 1. If they ain't giving me my motherfucking money, there's nothing they can do for me. Just give me my money and get out the way. Period.
Well, I mean, again, hey, that's just to keep it simple right there. All right, then, brother Q. I mean, listen, give you your paper. You ain't trying to teach nothing. Each one teach one. Now
We'll figure it out. I don't. Let me tell you, Chef C.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take the conversation too far.
Yeah.
I don't care about none of that taking books out of schools. I'm a reading nigger. I go find the information. I go find the elders. I go find people that's willing to teach. Because guess what? Anything that I learned, 9 times I learned it from looking for it, or it was taught at the kitchen table, like a real black family. Just give me my money and get out the way. Get out my way and I will figure it out. Leave me alone. I don't want government in all my business. I don't want y'all fucking with First Amendment. I don't want y'all fucking with Second Amendment. I don't want censorship. Just give me my money, what y'all owe me, and get out the way.
Well, all right, brother Q. Brother Q don't even be cursing like that. Okay, I understand you, Q. I hear you loud and clear, sir. Yeah. I mean, you know, who is this person? You know, I understand. Let me stop Toll. Let me put Toll away for a minute, because apparently this is a serious situation here. But you know, listen, y'all. We got this here. I want to show y'all something.
Hey, Chef C.
Yeah.
And let me. I need to correct Brother Juan.
Yes.
Brother Juan said that was a letter of indifference. That was a damn death warrant. Before you get executed, you get a death warrant. That was a death warrant.
Cooked.
You vote for them people, you signing up for black family death.
Doc, I've been saying that, man. Again, we unconsciously have a fascination with death. In our politics, in our economics, we don't support our own like we should. We're like sheep being led to the slaughter and not saying nothing. Like I said, what we're doing on these social media platforms is very revolutionary. It's very revolutionary. Because most of these folks out here, again, they are ready to die. They can't wait to die, or they can't wait for either the Mahdi or Jesus to crack the sky to save them when they should be saving themselves. Okay?
They can't wait until Kamala cracks her legs.
About that.
Yeah. So I mean, look, I understand that when a person or a people have declared war on you, then you got to declare war on them. And we don't like to deal with that term, foreign and domestic enemies. I swore to the Constitution when I became a police officer to protect against foreign
and
domestic.
That
but
and
we've
part.
always been
a lot gets lost after that and, brother Juan.
Yeah. But we've always been public enemy number one. Always. It hasn't changed. And we continue to be public enemy number one. And that's why I've said it, and I'm gonna keep on saying it. I am ready to step over a lot of carcasses because they want to die. They want to be deleted. Just by their economics, just how they operate. You even got these damn preachers out here who have been tongue-tied, castrated, emasculated, and won't say nothing. When this woman tell you she playing chess like, okay, I tell you what, I'm gonna have me a mobile abortion vehicle 2 blocks from BNC. What you gonna do, preacher? Nothing. We're gonna still support you, Kamala. I'm gonna push this whole agenda about abortion. What you gonna do, preachers? We're gonna side with you because we can't get with racism. They've exalted racism over godly principles, man. I'm done with these guys, man. Done with them. Right. I don't even want to even train them these days. Now I almost don't even want to train them. They may take me out.
My brother, I'm going to say this. It is the death warrant. And some of us keep saying that these folks are trying to exterminate us. And they think Randy Short is joking. He's an extremist, or he's just mad, or he's just bitter. Oh, God, spare me. I don't care that much. I want to be very clear with y'all. This is a decision of whether we live or die. And the problem with Black people is that we aren't serious about anything.
Facts.
And this can't be. This has to change, and it needs to change immediately. And if we don't change ourselves, we will be changed. It's sort of like we have change. And I don't, we're not guaranteed living forever. Some of us, hell, I'm 59, I'll be 60 in February, and I say to you, there's no guarantee that we'll be around with all the sins and things, folk who can't hear. We have a thing today, and brother, and my sermon was, you can't buy God, right? You can't buy God, right? And I talked about the rich man and Lazarus, right? And this guy, remembering that story that the rich man discovered once he was in hell, he wanted Lazarus, the same person he had contempt for in life, to go and spook the shit out of his brothers so they didn't end up going to hell. And Abraham said, hey, you guys have Moses and the prophets. If you can't hear them, there's nothing that can be done. If the people can't hear us talking to them now, they're going to get that. And I'll just say to you, I've had this conversation with several people. I'm supporting Donald Trump, and I don't care who doesn't like it. Not because I think that Donald Trump and these folks are saints. I don't.
Donald Trump will give us breathing room to try to get ourselves together. Kamala and them will destroy us like Obama did. However, I know something about Black people. It's sort of like being a teacher. I think you were a teacher, Brother Chef. Did you ever notice how Black students oftentimes would wait until the last minute, would fuck up and demand all kinds of mercy that they didn't deserve, thinking that they get something that was impossible? I know what it's like. You have a 16-week semester, and people show up the 8th week of class, sight unseen, and ask, what kind of grade could I get? It blew my mind. 8 weeks. What kind of grade could you get? It says, well, you mean negatively? It says, I guess you could get an F plus. And so you wouldn't pass me? It says, can you get paid an 8-hour day when you show up at lunchtime? No. Why would a lot of our people? I don't know. We're not understanding consequences. There's something missing in the morality of our godless people. We become a godless, immoral people, and things don't matter when people become depraved and degenerate. It's evidenced by the music we listen to and who we see as entertainers, the way we groom ourselves. Anybody that's above the age of 50 remembers how good Black people used to look in the 70s and 80s. And then you look at now, we have become hogs. And it's scary. People can tell your age sometimes that you have a belt, that you're reasonably groomed. They can tell your age because you don't look fucked up. And you're the odd person, that your clothes are ironed, that you don't reek of marijuana. Folks can tell your age. You don't stink. You couldn't come out of the house stinking not too long ago. People would beat you up if you were Black and dirty. They would call you names. People throw bottles and shit at you. Now I see people, these women with this ugly rope braids. It looks like, they look like a jungle gym playground equipment instead of a person. This shit that people have on their hair, these bat wing eyelashes and shit. The horror show that we look like, the shit that we listen to, the shit that we eat, the way this is a community that is begging to be exterminated. We don't think so. We don't think so. There's some dumb fuck person listening that thinks it's just the way we dress. No. In fact, I was in office many years ago, and this sister, I think she was a stud. I think she was Delta too. Said that African women didn't like her, and she couldn't figure out why. I says, well, I can. She says, well, what would make them? I says, well, one, you've got ashy feet. You haven't clipped the nails on your feet. Okay. And you haven't washed your feet before you left the house today. Your hair isn't done. You have no makeup. You haven't done anything for your face. You've got your shirt isn't buttoned up to the top. Where they come from, whores, just like you do. She never spoke to me again. I just said, there's been all standards and restraints have been removed as our communities become more satanic and Luciferian. And this is evidence of the godless descent into hell. Do other people get exterminated when they become perverse and immoral? Yes, they do. That's when they come and get them. A lot of people don't want to remember, but when they talk about folks coming after the Jews in Germany, a lot of the Jewish people were involved in the homosexual and hedonistic stuff that went on in Germany in the 1920s and 30s. They became associated with degeneracy.
Am I saying all Jews? No, I'm saying some. So your pornographers, your gay rights people, your lesbians, folks in this really crazy shit got associated with Jews. Look at how they're making black people the face of everything that would be hated by people who have any kind of Judeo-Christian orientation. Yeah, the people don't know anything about. People don't tolerate this in a lot. There have been a couple, and they haven't really put this in the news. And I want you hard-headed sisters to listen. There have been a lot of Black American women to go to other countries, not just Dubai, but Kuwait, to Bali, and they've tried to do this insane pork chop feminist shit overseas and found themselves in jail. That you can't do. You can't cuss and scream and threaten a man in public in other places. In fact, if that man kicked your ass, he's a hero. It's only here because they're at war with the black men that you can talk and falsely accuse and do all this stuff and get away with it. White supremacy needs black depravity, black degeneracy, black deviance as a means to destroy and control us. Mm-hmm. And as long as we see that as keeping it real and this is who we really are, and it doesn't matter if they have a father or not, and baby mama, and this is degeneracy. This is a weapon that's going to help destroy us. And this is why not only can these little nigger preachers who got that faith-based money can't talk about politics, they can't even tell a man who calls himself a woman that he's not a woman, because he'll get in trouble once they get this money. They have used that money to compromise the morals of our people, to buy us off. And they've given they give a huge amount of money to the people in sports and all the entertainment, provided they're willing to help kill off their people. This is why there's so much money. And also to get other people to say, don't you want to be like LeBron James, dressed up like a fucking French maid? Or Magic Johnson with your punk ass son, okay? And Magic Johnson acts like he had a struggle with gayness. There's a whole different. There are people in Los Angeles that know all about Magic Johnson. Long before EJ came out, Magic Johnson was a major advocate for gay marriage in California. It's all public relations. These people are bought and sold. And I'll just tell you, when you go to these elite schools, you can become a communist, you can become gay, you can become Catholic. You got to be, but you better not want to be a straight black man on business, or you're the enemy of everyone. Black women become feminists. In fact, they're told that black women are in a different race from black men, and they're kind of on the same page as white women. I watched it. I lived it. Black men are the target. However, the answer to this, one, is God. I don't care who doesn't like it. Niggas need to repent for how we treat each other. Our divestment, our disrespect, our rejection that there's a creator that made all our asses. And it's the same communist, no good, vile niggas who hate white supremacy but subscribe to Darwinism and evolution that says niggas are chimpanzees. Shit, I'll take the Bible any day over being a monkey. Let me land my plane for a second.
Well, I'll say this, gentlemen. I'm going to read the rest of those off real quick here. Let me read the rest of these off. And then I want to show you where those others are coming from. I want to show y'all where the others are coming from. Now, number 3 on the list here, ladies and gentlemen, number 3 on the list here states that supporting a regulatory framework of cryptocurrency and other digital assets so black men who invest in and own these assets are protected. Supporting a regulatory framework. Supporting a regulatory framework. In what way, how, etc. That's bullshit. But let's keep on going. Number 4, launching a national health equity initiative focused on men that address sickle cell disease, diabetes, mental health, prostate cancer, and other health challenges that disproportionately impact them. Launching a national health equity initiative. How is that a plan? An initiative is a plan for us. Let me go with this last one here. Legalizing recreational marijuana and creating opportunities for Black Americans to succeed in this new industry. Legalizing recreational marijuana. Let me say this. I don't smoke weed. Nothing against nobody that does, but I don't smoke weed. There's no way I could take advantage of whatever this may be. So many of these different things in this proposed 5-point plan for Black men, a Negro like myself couldn't even take advantage of.
That's true. That's true. I don't smoke weed.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
I don't smoke weed.
Yeah. So I mean,
I'm in the process of quitting. I'm all set.
But
so a bunch
brother
of
Vader, brother Vader's
hold on.
silent.
Brother Vader, the only Negro smoking weed on the panel. Salute to Brother Vader.
He lives in California.
Yeah, he wakes up his weed in the air. He can't get away from that.
I want to say something to you weed smokers. You know, if you get the marijuana card with the weed, you can't get no gun.
Yep, that's a fact.
That's a wolf fact. Okay.
That's a
and then there's another thing I want to say to you. The government gave those weed seeds to Black people all over the country, and in particular Black men. Isn't it interesting that there's been an explosion in prostate cancer among Black men? At the same time, there's been this weed explosion. You know that the THC and the other stuff stays in the fat cells, even in the scrotum and in the brain and other things. We see a lot of crazy behavior. There's a link between, frankly, homosexuality and sexual promiscuity and marijuana consumption and mental illness and schizophrenia if people start smoking early. Weed has real problems. Weed can be addictive, and some types of weed can cause cancer. It's not, these people have manipulated and done stuff. We won't find out for a couple of years until people start dying everywhere of what they've done. These people, they made an anthrax to kill Black people here in 1978. They released that anthrax. In fact, Brother Robbins saw the little monument, modest monument to the 2 Black postal workers that died from United States government manufactured anthrax. If they can make anthrax to kill Black people, why not make weed to kill Black people? If they know fluoride bothers Black people and poisons Black people, where millions of us are poisoned by fluoride, and they refuse to stop putting it in the water, why not weaponize weed? You're hearing that people can weaponize food. This is what you hear at Gates. They do desire to destroy and get rid of us. You've weaponized abortion. They've weaponized education. Why would they give us something? All the stupid ass weed smokers Black out there, why would they make it so available if it was good for us? I don't give a fuck if you enjoy it.
That's just some stupid black self-hatred, self-defeating foolishness. If you really understand that they've been out using substances, they use alcohol to make black Indians fight and kill and sell each other into slavery. The same way, even with the marijuana legalization, the arrest of black men still continues to be high. In the case of Colorado, it went up 60%. It's a fucking lie. And you're participating in the lie. It doesn't matter whether it's legal, whether it's good to you or not. It can't be for our good. If it were, they would not share it. We started this conversation off by us creating something and them taking it. That all of a sudden we've talked about what they've been taking, and then they give something. It can't be good.
Well, I'll tell you what. There's a bunch of others that'll benefit from some of this good stuff that they're giving away here. Pause. Providing 1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to $20,000 to black entrepreneurs and others who have historically faced barriers to starting a new business or growing an existing business in partnership with trusted organizations like mission-driven leaders and banks.
That seems like all D9 right there. That's all D9.
With a proven commitment to their communities.
Well, that's the Small Business Administration's program that they had with the Divine Nine that was launched in 2021. That's all this is. This is all bullshit, and they're supposed to end the wealth disparity between blacks and whites. That money has been given. This is why you see these Divine Nine people acting so fanatically for her, because they've received money from the government in the millions all over the country while our people have been starved and pushed into the streets. This simply is going to be a giveaway. If anything does reach the black community, it will reach the Boule, as someone mentioned earlier, and it will never touch us. For the last 60 years, the elite black people have demanded a reallocation of wealth from white to black that they said that they would give to the rest of black people. It's a lie. It mirrors what in fact, it really started in 1964. This also started 30 years earlier, where white farmers under the Agricultural Adjustment Administration were given money that was supposed to be shared with their sharecropper and tenant farmers that worked their farms. They didn't get a fucking penny. Black people who are in the Boule treat us just as bad as white Klan planters. It's all the same. Black people need a rebellion and a revolution against our traitors.
Well, here's what we have here, sir.
Hey, can I chime in for 2 seconds, Brother Chef?
Go ahead.
Yeah. My thing is with this is that, remember the contract of Black America, right? Remember when Brother Ice Cube was gonna sit down with black women and even gave them the platform and the latitude to come up with a policy? Kamala Harris didn't do that with black men. She didn't reach out to Ice Cube. She didn't reach out to Dr. Clark Anderson. She didn't reach out to Dr. Darity. She did not reach out to any black person or black men that was of substance, that are leaders in our community in respected fields. She didn't reach out to any of those brothers when she was designing those policies. She took the credit for all that because she probably put that crap together. And that's disgusting. But yet still, you have black women in our community, they were upset because we didn't specifically have anything for black women. So where's the flip side of this? Where's the duality for this? That's the kind of the thing that's been kind of irking me about her policies.
Well, sir. I gotta say, Kamala's doing an excellent job of just really ushering in the others right now. But brother Wolf, I think you started to say something because then I'm gonna get to this clip here.
I think for me, this is just that old CBC language. The CBC has always been about helping others more than us, and that's just it's a tragedy.
And the head of the CBC is Yvette Clarke. She is a Caribbean, and it's alleged that what she does, and this is how a lot of them get power, she gets black women that are on the fast track to have sex with white businessmen. That's where she gets her power from. Oh, yes, I said it. Okay. This is alleged. And she's the head of the Congressional Black Caucus right now. In fact, the two heads are both Caribbean. In fact, one of those Caribbeans said that Donald Trump needed to be shot. These fucking tether people will create a race war against black people and go back to their little tropical islands and laugh at us.
That part.
Okay. Let me read this last portion here, and then I need to get to this clip. Okay. Because now I ain't even gonna hold nobody. Chef C is getting tired. We going on 4 hours with this motherfucker. We appreciate the support as well, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see this last portion here about these farmers, particularly highlight. Now she'll commit. Hold on, what the fuck just happened here? Hold on, pardon me, y'all. Black farmers and ranchers who were discriminated against and denied access to loans and other financial support from banks and the federal government, now she'll commit to scaling up this program by providing additional financial support to more farmers and ranchers facing financial stress, including black farmers and ranchers, so that they can grow their farm and ranches and stay positive. What do you mean, including black, if it's a plan for black men?
Bro.
But what's black farmers and ranchers?
I like the jokes. I love the jokes.
Ranchers, yeah, it sounds like ranchers.
Well, you can't, if it's a plan. My thing is this: if it's already a plan for black men, why then in the text of this proposed plan that you have to reinsert including black men?
Right. That part. That part right there. You know, this is how you know, like you said, this is the Jew. This is how you know that this shit has nothing to do with us, because you got to say the words, oh, including you niggas too. You know, we'll hold you.
Yeah, this
is how you know it's the truth. Yeah,
it's definitely a jokes. That's a fact, brother Vader. That's why I'm like, well, hold on. Did I hear that right? Did that land on my head? Did I read what I thought I read and saw what I saw? So again, you know, a lot of times we guess and think, well, okay, yeah, when you hear the others in there, that means us ultimately. But I'm gonna show you that it's more so others than it is Negroes. And I'm going to bring this up here with a little fair use, because we touched on this. I need to refresh. And some of y'all are here for the first time with us. We touched on this several months ago, kind of foreshadowing what it would look like for Kamala Harris coming through. Now, this was a presentation a couple years ago. Okay. And she was at the Freedman's Forum, okay? And again, if anybody understands the history of the Freedmen, well, you know what? I'm not going to say that. Let's let Kamala tell you, okay? Let Kamala tell you and bring everybody up to speed, okay? Fair use.
thank you for your partnership. I think you all, many of you here have worked with our secretary, with Janet Yellen, over the years, and you know that she's an extraordinary fighter for the working people of America. And she's been an extraordinary partner to me and the president as we work on the issue of ensuring that all people in our nation have the ability and the capacity to realize their dreams, and that access to capital will not be a barrier to those achievements. So thank you, Secretary Yellen, and everyone here. This is a room full of leaders. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. So I will begin with some history, which I think is familiar with many people in this room, but there are many who are not familiar with the history of Freedman's Bank. So Freedman's Savings Bank was founded by the United States Congress in 1865. It was a bank unlike any other our nation had known. Freedman's Bank was established to serve Black Americans newly freed from slavery, to help them build wealth and to build a better future. At Freedman's, to open a savings account, you just needed 5 cents, which, as I've calculated, is about $1 today. In the years after its founding, tens of thousands of Black families opened an account at Freedman's. They saved up to buy a farm, to build a home, to open a business. Even school children saved their pocket money to deposit it in this institution. And then 9 years later, after the bank first opened its doors, because of an economic downturn and because of the organized assault on the project of Reconstruction, Freedman's Bank was forced to close. Over 60,000 people lost their savings. Now, Freedman's Bank.
Now, I just want to say this, y'all, before we continue here. A lot of people aren't familiar with the history of the Freedman's Bank, and many are. When we're doing these kind of informative presentations, we just want to make sure that everybody's educated. We can't assume that everybody knows some shit. So this is why I'm doing the diligence of just allowing this to play, family, to get y'all up to speed for people who may not know. Okay? However, we're going to pull this all together because we want to make sure that everybody sees that, again, when it comes to these others, again, you got to take into effect that, one, she's talking and leading about the historical impact when it comes to Black Americans. But I just want y'all to pay attention to the switch up that comes a little bit later. The proximity of it, for me, is just very annoying. Okay? So let's peep this, y'all. Let's peep this here. Fair use.
Bank was guided by a vision. The vision of an economy that works for all Americans and includes all Americans. The vision of a nation in which all people have access to the financial resources they need to succeed, to thrive, and to determine their own future. Truly at the heart of that bank was the concept of self-determination. Over a century and a half later, in communities across our nation, that vision remains unrealized. Consider, today, Black entrepreneurs are 3 times more likely to report that they did not apply for a loan for fear of being turned away by a bank, often anecdotally because they heard about that experience from friends and relatives. Today, Black and Latino homeowners are rejected by traditional financial institutions at.
There it is.
I'm going to let that permeate for a second. Let it marinate since we in the kitchen today. Let that marinate. Hold on. We're going to let it marinate. Yeah. Because, Kamala.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
Kamala is showing y'all the play. She took your Freedman's Bureau, bank, etc., and she's people of coloring it right in your face. We told y'all that this was coming months ago when we did this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. We did a broadcast on this very thing months ago, laying it down for everybody to be clear and see that the jukes was in. Kamala personally ushering this shit in here. Kamala has also been responsible for tie-breaking legislation that has set Black American communities back in many ways. So not only she wants to set your community back, she's going to take whatever finances that are rightfully owed to you and give them away. She's going to take a legacy bank and juke it and get you up out of the way. People of color you to death and then give it to everybody else. So again, you want to know who the other, she's going to tell you. Spell it out a little bit more and make it plain who the others are. She just told you Latinos. That's one group. Right? That's one group, y'all. Let's keep on going. She's going to give you a couple other ones.
At a higher rate when applying for home loans. And this is the case even when they have credit profiles similar to other applicants. Today, many immigrant business owners, including some Asian American business owners, face.
That's number 2. Are y'all writing it down? You want to know where this plan is going, right? This plan for Black men, right? Who are the others in this plan? Well, we're playing the clip for you. We're playing the clip for y'all. It's Latinos. It's Asians. I believe she got some more in here for y'all. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Let me play some more.
Face language barriers that limit their ability to access capital and banking services. And people who live in rural areas, including many Native Americans.
Number 3.
Oh no, that was 2, brother. That was white folks. World is always white folks and Native Americans.
Well, she said Asians and Latinos, sir. It's number 3.
But then that number 4, then she mentioned rural and she mentioned
So
Native
that's number
American.
4. That's a fact. Number
4 and 5. 4 and 5.
Okay. Let's keep on going here. Okay. Yeah. Y'all want to know where this is going? Just Kamala's being.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
Okay. Good job, Kamala. Let's play a little bit more.
Often lack access to traditional financial services of any kind. So President Biden and I know that for our nation to succeed, these disparities must be spoken of, acknowledged, and addressed. One of the last actions, as you heard Secretary Yellen mentioned, I took as a United States Senator was to team up with Leader Chuck Schumer and Senator Mark Warner and Senator Cory Booker and Chairwoman, Maxine Waters, to invest $12 billion in community lenders.
What we say, y'all? Is this a loan? Where your community lenders is family? Huh? Can we make it? Hey, where the brothers at? Can we make it plain? Are we putting it together for y'all? Yeah. Brother, I'm a pause right there. I just want the family to understand the jokes. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why it is not in a grant. This is one of the reasons why it's put and packaged as a loan. Okay? Yeah. Let me go to Brother Juan J. Johnson. Talk to me, sir. Sir. Yeah. What are we seeing here, sir? I mean, Kamala told folks a couple years ago, I mean, maybe a year ago or so, what she planned to do. And in the very last minute, right, 20 days later, well, 20 days before the actual election night, she big heads it while also keeping her promise when it comes to this Freedman's Bureau Bank and teaming up with these quote unquote lenders, these community lenders. Yeah, brother Juan J. Johnson, the jokes is in. What say you, sir?
Kamala is who she is, man. Look, I almost want to see her the president so we can get exactly what she say. Nothing. I'm almost on that side where, you know what? Give the people what they want. When they don't know what's good for them and they're asking for death, give them death. That's where I'm at right now. I'm at that place where, you know what? Let them have her. And I got a precept and example from the scriptures. When the people were tired of the prophet, he said, give us a king. The prophet said to God, okay, man, they won't listen to me. He said, they're not listening to you. They rejecting me, not you. Give them the king. You got guys out here showing the people what she's doing, what she's saying. They still want death. Give it to them. Give it to them and be willing to walk over the carcasses. Family and friends, co-workers, whoever they are. I'm at that place. It don't matter who's in the White House right now for me right now. And if she's in, I look forward to the carnage.
Hold on, brother Juan.
Yeah.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
Yeah. It's gotta go down. It's gotta get a lot worse before it gets better for Black America. It has to. It has to, unfortunately, y'all. And there's some casualties of war that have to happen, unfortunately.
But they don't see themselves in a war. That's just it right there. And again, I keep trying to tell people that we believe in fantasies, man. And there's nothing there's no natural law that says that we're going to be here forever.
Right.
The Tasmanian people, again, are no longer on this earth from Australia. Many groups of people are not here. And we are no exception, especially if you can't see the inappropriate, the out of order, the out of pocket behavior. And then the hatred for God. See, we got some folks out who hate God among us. I hate to say this about our women, but y'all leading the charge with this hatred right now. I mean, you're leading the charge. Because Black men have been quiet. We ain't really going to church. Okay. You listen to your pastors. So you guys are really, y'all are up to your knees with this hatred towards God. But there's a scripture that says, I'm going to visit the fathers and their iniquities upon the children of the third and fourth generation who hate me. We could be dealing with the hatred of the children towards God. But again, it's all coming together. Kamala is bringing you so much indifference. Just choose it. Which one you want? I'm going to give them money to the illegals. I'm going to give them $25,000 and give them an EBT card. We're gonna not even just bust them in. We're gonna fly them in.
Oh, fly!
We're gonna fly them in.
They get flued. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Put them inside
Brother
5-star
Wolf.
hotels. Go ahead.
Brother Wolf, those EBT cards, they spend out 25 grand in like 3 months. They're getting like 8 grand a month. So, and they're not, and those are not loans.
Man, that's why I say, man, look, we're in a war, man. It's about resources. It's survival of the fittest. And when I've labeled you as an expendable or collateral damage, a whole group, 45 million and 50 Black Americans has been labeled as collateral damage. Dang, that's something to chew on right there. We're bringing a whole millions of others to replace you because we're tired of your asses. You remind us too much of slavery, Jim Crow. You remind us.
Well, can I do something real quick before I go to the rest of the brothers? Can I share something, y'all? Ladies and gentlemen, here, I just, we like to bring up a little receipt here. This is us standing 10 toes down 3 months ago, nearly 3 months ago, family. We brought this to y'all and said, listen, look out for this shit. It's coming. It's coming. So let me just bring you up to speed real quick, This was 3 months ago, family. We wasn't wrong. We was predicting. We was telling y'all. Look out for it.
Hair. She seems like she's fun.
Shout out to
a fun girl.
Let me get Wolf in here though. Hey, check this out, y'all. Check this out. And it's interesting that she is the one who presents her bush a thing called the Lift Act. Mm-hmm. She's the progenitor of the Lift Act because she been lifting them legs her whole life.
No, Chef, you gotta get it right. Don't forget that pan is to lift all.
Nah, but let Brother Juan get it off. We're gonna let Brother Juan J. Johnson
I'm on the record right now.
Come on.
I'm not mad at Kamala for using her skills to get to where she needs to be.
Oh, come on.
Watch this. You can't get to this level without having tough skin. I mean, she knows not just nationally she's been attacked, globally she's been attacked. And what does she do? She's staying 10 toes down on what she did, and she has not apologized. And she got a whole flank, a whole brigade of sisters got her back. Man, you can't. Man.
Yeah, she got a whole brigade of bust downs ready to go.
Not just ready to go, holding their significant others hijacked.
Yeah.
Threatening to end relationships.
Yeah.
Man. This is a case study right here.
Yes, it is.
No bucket, no vote, huh?
Oh, how to keep rising to the top. Give it all you got. Come out.
Give it all you got. Give it all you got.
Listen, let me play the rest of this here. This is crazy. Now, let me play the rest of this track here. Y'all gonna understand something.
Board of the Freedman's Bank doing these same loans to all of their friends. And then once they realize, it ain't no more loot left over. See what they were promising the people to keep their money in the bank. Because see, the thing about banks and loans is when you have a debt-based currency like the United States government does, the one thing you got to prevent is the people making a run on the bank. Mm-hmm. Everybody could, and that's from fractional reserve lending. Everybody cannot go to the bank at the same time. They ain't got your money, dog. They ain't got your money. And see that the way that they prevented, because people started getting wind that no money was up in the Freedman's Bank, and they started the United States. This is the reparations claim. The United States government stated, not only do we got your money, y'all, it's backed by the government. We bonded this stuff that was all alive.
I just needed to play that, y'all. I just needed to play that because what you gonna do? What you gonna do with these loans? I love it. I love when the brothers is on time with shit. We got the little platform that's all fly and shit. But you know what? It's real work getting done over here, family. We trying to prepare folks. We trying to keep everybody up to speed, so it doesn't just sound like we screaming and hollering all the time. And now fast forward and Kamala says, yes, you will get loans with trusted lenders that we working with. Quote unquote, trusted lenders. All right. So everybody could get some of this. And guess what? When your black ass try to go get some of that little 20,000, they gonna make it difficult as fuck for you to get that 20,000. Almost virtually impossible, y'all. Almost impossible for us to hit a lick with that little 20,000. Because they're gonna probably dry the pot up by giving it out to all the others. That's what's gonna happen. All right? It's gonna be so much red tape for us to try to get this. If she actually goes in there and steals the election, wins the election, that red tape gonna have us out of pocket and in the back pocket or some shit. Let me play a little bit more. Let's go back to this Freedman's thing though here first, just so we understand the institution, this financial institution itself.
Of course, are financial institutions that predominantly do business in overlooked and underserved communities. Last month, I was proud to announce that because of that hard work and the work of many of the leaders in this room, our administration has distributed more than $8 billion of that investment to 162 community lenders across our nation.
That middleman, that community lender middleman, that's the problem. In addition to it actually being Kamala and her bullshit, but that is the problem, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo, is that middleman Goldman Sachs? Is it Bank of America?
Yeah.
The list could go on.
Right. So I just wanted to bring this to everybody's attention. The mystery of who the others are, you no longer need to count on that, y'all. The others, let's stop asking who the others are. Okay? I seen a lot of broadcasts of people covering this. Normally we do our thing on Thursday, but I've seen a lot of people covering this and saying, who are the others? The others are who they've always been. Okay? Look at your community that used to be predominantly Black American, and what is it now? That's your others. We ain't got to overcomplicate nothing. I heard a lot of talking points of folks saying, who are the others? Who are the others? While having been in their communities for decades and then watching the others take it over. You know who the others are. But just to make it, just to be...
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that.
We played the track so Kamala can make it plain. Asians, rural people, okay, Latinos, Native Americans, and a slew of other folks. Those are your others who will benefit from this bullshit little plan that's supposed to be for Black men. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to break this thing down. Gentlemen, let me stop this. Let me go to the brothers and get ready to shut this thing down here. Brother Negro, sir, let them know what you got shaking, how they can get a hold of you, what's coming down the pipeline in the near future, sir.
Thank you, brother Chef. We got a couple of things that's going on. First thing, we have the Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October. We're collecting funds. If you guys would like to contribute and support, reach out to our pages, which is on X, which is on Instagram, Facebook, and also EPRN. And I might go back on Fanbase. I'm debating on that. He's talking all that still talk, and he need to stop that nonsense.
Yeah.
Here nor there, but and, also on the 20th, we're going to have an event as well. For if you would like to know more about that, I will be holding spaces about the events that are coming up in more detail. We do have videos of the hotel room as well and what it entails. So I definitely want to keep you guys posted.
Okay, salute to the brother Negro checking in real quick. Let me see something. Boom. Hold on, let me see. Yeah. Salute to the brother Negro, though, ladies and gentlemen. Also, let me go to my brother. Let me go to brother Vader Base. Let him know what's shaking, brother Vader. Black American Service Supply. What's coming down the pipeline, man? How they can get a hold of you, sir.
Yeah. A lot's happening. We just launched a lo-fi channel that we're actually I shouldn't say launch. That's inaccurate. I'm beta testing it right now. So we have a lo-fi station that's going to be playing. That's going to feature Black American artists, their visuals, artwork, our music, and it will obviously have ads that are going to be tied into the base app as well. So I had previously offered to all of the people that have donated that you would get free premium level services, and this is the start of it. The advertising in the base app, I'm opening it up. So get to me. My email is you can find my email at my website, grfba.org. Reach out to me if you've donated through Cash App. You have like a little receipt number at the bottom. Email me. Send me your 800 by 480 pixel PNG file. What is it called? Platform neutral graphic PNG. Send me a PNG file of your business or your ad, and I'll make sure that it is featured in both our lo-fi station and on the app itself. So get that to me. You got. I'm gonna advertise for you because you supported me. So get that to me. Once I launch the station, we'll start charging for advertising, but not people that have shown support and have donated to the project. And so I'm still working on the database. I'm still getting stuff in there. As I said, I'm trying to get historical landmarks featured in our mapping database. I'm getting food bank services, veteran services in, dropping pins all over the country, validating a lot of the data that I'm getting. So that's taking me some time, but that's where we are. We're moving forward. And so reach back to me, grfba.org, vader@grfba.org is my email. You can just hit the website and find me. And you can donate at that Cash App that you see on your screen. And that's where we are.
Oh, I will be sending you my info, brother Vader.
Absolutely, brother Juan, brother Q. Everybody, Star. If you have a business, you've been a constant supporter. I know I'm missing a lot of names, but y'all know who you are, and thank you for supporting the base app. But now's where I start paying you back. Free advertising on the platform and on the lo-fi station.
Yo, salute to you, brother. I like that.
I will be getting that pixel to you between now and Tuesday for sure. Brother Vader. Chef, are you there?
Oh, yes, indeed. Brother Q, man, let them know what's coming down the pipeline, what's shaking, man. Appreciate you, Brother Vader, for dropping that info for everybody. Let them know what's coming down the pipeline for you, Brother Q, and what they can look forward to in the future.
Nothing much. I don't have nothing planned in the foreseeable future. I just want to highlight the brothers that Brother Negro, Brother Vader, and Brother Juan and what they doing and overemphasizing, as well as yourself, Chef C, with From the Soil. All of these things that these brothers got, I need everybody in the chat to understand that they are funded by the community as well as themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, sir.
In order to not be compromised, this is what needs to be done. This is why they have cash apps. This is why they reaching out for people to fund these type of things. So we can't continue to sit on our hands and play games and be dragging our feet and people doing what they're doing. We just went over the stuff with Herb, even being allowed to speak at the Freedmen's Forum is crazy in my opinion. So we can't complain when we don't have nothing, when you have brothers that are doing things that are beneficial to us as a whole. So that's all I just wanted to reiterate what the brothers is doing. And you know, let's not sit around and play games, whether it's $1, which is 4 quarters, 10 dimes, 20 nickels. Whatever you could support the brothers with, support them with what they're doing.
Appreciate you, Brother Q, man. Definitely always come through supporting the program and cooking it up with us as usual. Make sure if y'all haven't subscribed to Brother L Talk, Let's Talk 2, my Brother Q, make sure you go over there and do that, ladies and gentlemen. For sure. Let me go to the Brother Juan J. Johnson, sir. Let him know what's coming down the pipeline, what we can look forward to in the future, sir.
Always training. You can go to lwftraining.com. Send me a text or email if you need me to look for somebody in your area who can help you get trained to be responsible gun owners, gun users. It's serious out here, family. It really is, and I want you guys to know that we're out here on these platforms making major sacrifices just to inform you and give you instructions. With that said, I need you to, like I always say, stay out those stadiums, and stay out those theaters, and stay out those malls. You don't want to become no soft target with a high level of collateral damage. And don't forget to get you a couple of firearms as we approach November the 5th. I already know that there's a certain group of people want to fight another group of people of the same hue, and they ready to fight. So I just want to, if you can't get a gun or a shotgun or a rifle or a handgun revolver, then get you a bow and arrow, get you a bat, get you a little slugger, but get you something to defend yourself, because it's going down. It's just, when is it going down? I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Yes, indeed, Brother Juan J. Johnson, man. This is, we got to look forward to folks doing what they do. It's always one of those situations where either you're going to take it serious or you're going to get cooked in a real way, unfortunately. So with that being said, man, the others have been revealed, ladies and gentlemen. We thoroughly revealed the others. If you were wondering who they are, catch the playback and let it sink in, so it is no longer a mystery. With that being said, if you're going to be an advocate, be prepared to stand on what you're saying. All right? Because a lot of this shit costs, unfortunately. And don't be out there crying like your man, Van Jones. I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. If you're catching the playback and you want to support the program, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to do so. $ FTS49. You can hit that Cash App if you want to support the program. Also, remember to go over next week. I will be live on Patreon for the Cooking with Chef C program. Kamala collard green egg rolls and duck with pork sauce, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you subscribe. You are a member. We will be getting busy with that. And also, never forget, ladies and gentlemen, in a system of white degeneracy, you stand for nothing, you fall for anything. My name is Chef C, and I'm out.